But this
All right,
time,
what? Oh, we were actually live 40 minutes ago.
Oh, we got live 40 minutes ago.
I'm just joking.
We've been live for 10 seconds, it says. The big red bar says 10 seconds.
Good evening. Welcome to the Clint Eastwood show.
The evening news.
To the Antarctica.
You want to talk about Antarctica?
Welcome to the Antarctica.
There's no. Well, so I missed you guys' podcast, JJ. What was?
Oh, you missed the show with JJ? God damn! You could have heard Jonas screaming over the top of everybody for.
Well, I was hanging out with my girlfriend.
You missed out, dude. You missed out.
What did you guys think of that movie?
It was good. It was good.
Damn it! I lost my
Special
mouse.
effects were good. Spent a lot of money on that.
I'll bring up the point that I brought up with JJ. I thought it was like a Lurianic Kabbalah retelling of the Adam and Eve story and the breaking of the emanations of the lights, and then every time they kill them, it's another fucking shard that's being replaced, etc. Until they get to the fuck. It's a whole retelling of the Lurianic Kabbalah, Adam and Eve, she's the serpent. But I mean, that's just me.
Yeah,
so it's interesting.
Jonah did a great breakdown, esoteric breakdown,
Scientology type feel to it, mixed with some theosophy and other occultisms.
I was digging into the director and did Tom Cruise's history last week. Once I looked at the director of this movie, man, his father was on the Iran-Contra hearings. His name was Don Lyman. His father was like chief legal counsel for the Iran-Contra hearings. The guy that did the movie we watched tonight.
Yeah.
Shut up. We don't need to hear about how Donald Trump is getting his ass kicked by fucking Iran.
And Jonah, Trump is doing God knows what. But we pray that
ass kicked.
That it's
no. He's killed a bunch of little girls. He's killed a bunch of little girls.
Well, the UN
according
is probably
to the Democrats and the fake news and everyone else that hates Trump, the Trump-hating coalition. The leader of the Trump-hating coalition says, Donald Trump killed 3,000 children this evening.
Well,
no, it's 186 girls at an elementary school.
People are, I'm saying this is ridiculous.
What about all the Islams that fucking killed people?
These Epstein files, I'm not giving Trump cover. I'm just saying the Epstein files are full of all kinds of allegations.
Oh, the Epstein files are a fucking limited hangover.
Doesn't mean because one word, because somebody said something in the Epstein files that it's true, it happened. Oh my God! Some anonymous caller said that somebody was killed and Donald Trump.
I talk shit, but even earlier, I talk shit all the time. But even earlier, I gave him cover on that.
We tried to talk, about between Jonah Yellen and everybody on the show,
like Erica Kirk.
In between Jonah Yellen and everybody, we tried to talk about a few topics related to the movie. But
you tried
what show would you complete without Jonah yelling at everybody?
That's so Canadian.
The whole time. Like, I watched every single show.
Canadians want to tell us all about Trump.
Oh my God.
wonder what their news says in Canada about Trump. I can already tell. You got Trudeau. Why don't you? Why don't you take care of your president then?
Trudeau, fuck
so
him.
Fantastic.
He's not our president. He's not our prime minister.
Come on, man. We're dealing with Trump.
Yeah, but we all know that the world financial system's all in place. Cooper says that a world financial system, by definition, is a world government.
And I don't want to get into a Trump versus Trudeau contest because it's obvious would win that. Canada versus the United States. Canada's like one of the Five Eyes, Canada, snooping and spying all over us.
Canada's weird.
we
That's
do all
true.
the time for you guys.
Key
You
part of
guys
the
do all
Five
the
Eyes
time for us.
program, Canada. Sneaking in, bringing your actors over here, listening devices everywhere, telling the worst people stuff you shouldn't be telling them. Thanks, Canada, for your part of the
Canada.
Five Eyes program. Jesus. Because if you're really cleaning up stuff, how come the world looks like shit? Worse and worse, Deadly. You're
Hey,
really
that's
using your
because we have too
high-tech
many fucking
program, your
aliens and
spying
weird shit
eyes
in
that
the
see
middle of
everywhere.
everywhere.
You're so fantastic and incredible. You need more money. You solve crimes. Then how come the world falls apart to shit every day a little more? How come it never gets better?
That's all the
How come
Indians.
everything gets a little more ratcheted up in the wrong direction? You
It's
tell
all
me.
planned incompetence.
Planned incompetence and
Oh,
also
we fucked up, and it just happened to
the
all fall in our
disposable
favor.
society where everything gets thrown in the garbage and then you get made feel guilty because you've thrown things away.
Oh, whoops!
They
The
make
stock
you
market
feel
crashed.
away and then you feel bad because you're throwing it away. You're like,
I will point out that some retard thought like, oh, like why is no one getting arrested over the Epstein files? Like, come on, Todd. If you had found if you took possession of someone's
no one's getting
blackmail
arrested.
file,
Didn't you see Prince
would you act
Andrew's
on it or would you
walk
get
of
paid
shame?
on?
The public
Or would
walk
you
of
get
shame
paid
of
on?
Prince Andrew. That's an arrest in itself. That's punishment in itself. Him walking in shame out of the palace.
Well, oh, excuse me.
Like if I got my hands on those files,
I heard they might have
I'd be
took away
making
his
bank,
stipend, but
bro.
he still has a few castles left in the background somewhere.
The-
I don't know.
He had to walk. He had to walk, and everybody hit him with a paddle.
Everybody gives him a smack on his way out the door.
Wait.
Shame.
Shame.
Hey.
Shame.
Wait, I got a question
Shame.
for you.
How dare you
What if
take
he was
advantage
the
of those
naked
little
guy
girls?
jumping out of the window at the
We'll
fucking
continue
palace?
doing
to
our
be
thing we do with
fucking
little girls.
mother?
So get out of here.
It's like that stupid scene in
Right?
that TV
True
show, Game of Thrones. Shame. That show was
Who the
horrible.
fuck ever watches Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
I
that was
watched a
definitely.
few episodes. I watched a few episodes.
never
Not very
At
good.
the beginning, it was
sure the book
like,
was a
wow,
lot
they do
better.
have these incredible special effects, and they had a lot of money behind it. But I didn't follow it. I didn't follow it long. I know Grimes did a video that had like a Game of Thrones theme to it. Player of Games that was about Elon Musk, where it's got this giant knight and she's this queen that's fighting. This is when Grimes and Elon Musk were breaking up. She put out a song called Player of Games. What's that?
That bitch Grimes. Isn't she from like Edmonton or something?
Who?
Grimes.
Edmonton.
Grimes. Yeah,
I think
Musk's girlfriend. I don't know if she's from
Yeah, I think-
Edmonton. She probably is from Edmonton.
I think she's from
I
some
don't know if
shit like
she's from
that.
Edmonton.
Hmm.
I don't know where she's from, but she's Elon Musk's ex or something.
Oh,
She had a video, Player of Games, based on the stupid show you were talking about a minute ago, Game of Thrones.
no, Game of Thrones. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
book too.
yeah. And I miss that one.
What's up?
What's going on, Danny?
Not much.
Yeah, what's going on?
Long time no see.
Hey,
A week or so.
Danny, hopefully you caught our breakdown earlier. As of tomorrow.
Did
Say
you
that
catch
again?
our movie review?
Clint
Yeah.
wasn't
Say that
there
again?
'cause he's gay.
Talking about the Tom Cruise movie. Yeah. What you got your dog
Clint
there?
couldn't make it 'cause he was gay.
I got my dog here. Yeah, Maxie. He wanted to join the program tonight. Our mascot. It's about his bedtime now. He's always happy to be here, Max. Listen to Jonah yell.
Oh,
Puts him to
yeah.
sleep.
It's my first day, no caffeine, so.
Oh shit!
That's never good.
Oh yeah,
I
my
did
brain
2
hurts.
Monster energy drinks. Oh, horrible.
Man, I drink like 8 of those a day, bro.
Jesus.
I used to, but I can't do that no more. It's totally worn me down. Those energy drinks. taking the life, suck the life force out of me.
I mean,
Yeah.
with the Adderall and everything else.
The-
Yeah, and the Adderall too, that burns it out faster. Never took
Jesus.
Adderall.
People
but
still getting
I'll
Adderall. I
take
heard they stopped prescribing it.
Adderall and energy drinks. Ooh.
Yeah, I just drink coffee. At one time, I traded cigarettes for coffee, and now I smoke cigarettes and coffee.
There you go. That's a healthy diet.
I'll do.
You know, tobacco has over 50 medicinal uses. It's
Yeah.
known.
I drink tea.
Tea.
Yeah, I drink
Yeah.
tea, but not that
Mushroom
fucking
tea or
anymore.
LSD tea or what kind of tea you talking about?
No, I do a lot of
Some of that hippie tea.
no, I do a lot of fucking Middle Eastern, Mediterranean shit. I go to the fucking Arab
You
store
would
and
do
buy a
that
fucking.
being up there in Canada.
What kind of plant?
Kind of like something Canadians would do. Middle Eastern tea.
Yeah, no, they have a lot better versions of the tea. Even the Hebes.
I'll bet you
Right,
do.
Danny?
Your
I just
countries
bought
have
some
much better food than ours does for some reason. The European Union and all your one world government countries that are all signed on. They don't
Well,
they
tea
don't
was the
feed their
first-
people pure
Tea
poisons
was
and
the first
toxins and every
narcotic,
single
bro.
thing they're injecting.
East India
We know
Trading
what your
Company.
country's doing, keeping your people just healthy enough. As our country poisons
Yeah, your
us
country
and
just fucking
milks
poisons
us.
everyone.
Milks us, so we have to go to the hospital after we ate all their garbage. That's
Yeah.
our country.
We need to
Takes
just
our
start
money
eating
to-
fucking
Takes our money to make the medicines to solve the situation you're in, the health wise, and then makes us all sick, and then sells it to all the other countries on the earth at lower costs. And the
Yeah.
people that paid for the money, us, to develop all these medicines that you over there in Europe and the one world government are enjoying, you get the lowest cost, while us Americans get the highest cost and can barely even afford
You know what
medicines
we get here? We get
that you
fucking
pay
murder.
pennies for over there.
I'm-
There's a
I'm
lot
just-
of feedback.
I'm
And
just
I don't
gonna
know.
become a breatharian.
There you go.
I don't need
I'm
to
sorry
eat. I
about
can
that.
just
I'm sorry
breathe air. No.
No, I think this
I'm
weekend
sorry
I get a
about joining
fucking
the
build.
breatharians.
I think this weekend I gotta build a fucking 25 by 25 fucking fenced in garden and start it. But it's snowing now, so I might not be able to do it this weekend.
No, it's plant elderberries, winterberries.
There's elderberries in the back anyways.
Mistletoe. Go plant a
Just,
mistletoe.
You have a
Nah,
big
man,
bonfire.
chilies. Plant all the chilies, the watermelon, tomatillo, corn. You know, do some of the mints too,
Peyote.
like the parsley,
Peyote.
oregano, thyme.
Parsley, sage, oregano, and thyme. Remember me,
Well,
my true
Yeah.
love.
I mean, if I'm living on a farm, I might as well take full advantage of it, right?
Because she wants
Oh, yeah.
the true
you can get
love of mine.
some cows. Cows are
Nah,
cool.
I might get chickens again this year.
Might be more expensive
Parsley,
to take
sage,
the
oregano,
cows.
and thyme.
Oh yeah. What song are you singing, Todd?
I'm singing Parsley, Sage, Oregano, and Thyme by Simon and Garfunkel.
Oh, that's a real song.
Oh, yeah. Biggest hit of 1968, yeah.
Wait,
Sounds
Todd's a
huge.
fucking
is there a fourth
boomer.
member?
Simon and Garfunkel is 2 people, not 3.
Oh wait, I'm stoned. Okay, I'm thinking of Crosby,
So, like, are you
Stills,
thinking
Nash and
Crosby,
Young.
Stills, Nash and Young?
The trio.
He's thinking about
Gotta
Crosby, Stills,
change the
Nash
whole
and
dynamic.
Young.
I'm like, why isn't Neil Young in?
Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a
Wait,
lot like
You gotta combine the
you.
oregano song with
I
Neil Young.
need someone to love me the whole day through.
I didn't sing any of his fucking
Just
songs.
one
Wait,
look
fuck
in my
off, Todd.
eye, and you can tell
Harvest Moon.
it's true.
Harvest Moon,
Moon.
if you're gonna sing any of his songs.
That's my wife's favorite song, and I don't know the lyrics. I don't remember all the lyrics to it. Damn you, Jonah.
Oh yeah.
Pick a song. I
Oh,
kinda
someone's
know
sleeping
them,
in
but-
the dog bed tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife. Oh my God, I played that at our wedding. No, that
I know.
a great album. But he's a damn Canadian. You know, that's the problem with Neil Young.
Dude, worse than that, he's a Winnipegger.
Bringing his damn.
He's a Winnipegger.
Bringing his damn
You know who else
Tavistock
is from
music down
Winnipeg?
here with the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young meeting up in Laurel Canyon.
Wait. You know who else is from Winnipeg though?
Your mother.
No.
Fast on the draw.
Rowdy Piper, bro.
I think I heard that. Yeah, how come all you Canadians are down here trying to influence our culture? Is it just a coincidence that they got famous, or was there some kind of operation?
Man, these roach joints.
Well, my personal philosophy on that is, you know why you get all these shitty Canadian bands like Rush and fucking Nickelback, Sheryl Crow, not Sheryl Crow. What's that fucking bitch that I'm thinking of? Anyway,
Celine Dion.
So, not her, but there's another one. Alanis Morissette, yeah, probably. So no, the reason the recent Corey. Oh, what about Corey Hart? I wear my sunglasses at night.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's my dad, dude.
I love that song when it came out, but that just tells you what bad taste I had the year that came out.
That's my grandpa.
The music, because I had sunglasses on at night, like that idiot in the video. Some young teenager.
Wearing sunglasses at night,
thinking it was cool because there was a song on the radio called "Sunglasses at Night." I did fall prey to that bad.
He's probably tripping.
But no, the reason all those bands make it, right, is so we have what's called the CRTC, the Canadian Radio and Television Commission. So 60% of all content on Canadian television and radio has to be a Canadian performer. So we only have so many fucking Canadians. It's like it used to be like 30 million, then Trudeau came in, now it's like 45 million, and it's fucking 15 million fucking red dots on their foreheads. But so
it's my grandma, bro.
Well, I'm fucking sorry for you. I thought you were the fucking Indian with the feather in your fucking hair. But anyway.
My dog gotta go to bed. He can't hear this. I can't let him
Anyway, the reason they become famous is because they get forced onto the airwaves up here way faster because they require 60%. Really?
Oh yeah, that's how Kenny versus Spenny got created.
No, Kenny versus Spenny was fucking. They were, if I'm not mistaken, they were public access.
Yeah, they were really funny.
They were, if I'm not mistaken. They did it themselves.
That squid episode when he's got the squid on his head. I don't know if you ever
that
seen
show
that one.
Testies. That was really good. It only made it one season, but I think if they shouldn't have used the first episode they should have done one of their other episodes, the first episode, and I think it would have caught on a lot better.
What show was that?
Testies. It was with, I think, the two guys from Kenny versus Spenny. It was about, they were like test subjects.
I haven't heard that.
I think I've seen that
it
one.
It was one season. It was actually really funny. But their first episode was a little bizarre, so I can see why people didn't like it. But once they got rolling, it was really funny. They should have done something. They should use one of their later episodes to one of their first episodes and put the first episode somewhere in the middle. Yeah, Testies.
They did that with Kids in the Hall though too, right? Because Lorne Michaels came up here. He signed them to he signed them to a contract out in New York City. Mm-hmm. They brought them like they're huge here. It's just like a fucking local thing in Toronto, right? Then they brought them down and fucking they did they didn't even get a full season off on NBC or whatever. Got canceled. They came back up here and then they did the like fucking 6 seasons of television up here. So, and they had SCTV back in the day, which was great.
Which one?
SCTV.
SC. South Canada?
No, SC, like it's short for Second City, which is also the name of the place in fucking Chicago. But it was
Pardon me, I
like
couldn't let my
John
dog's
Candy,
tender
Rick
ears hear this
Moranis,
conversation. He had to go to bed.
Eugene Levy.
Eugene Levy.
Yeah, the father from American
damn
Pie.
Canadian fucking actors coming down here with their damn Canadian comedy routines. Saturday Night Live just full of them.
Hey. They go down there to get beat up by fucking crackheads on fucking New York City streets.
Bunch of Canadians.
Crackheads. You gotta watch out for
No,
crackheads.
Michael Myers got jumped by like a
the good
6'8"
Canadians, not the
black
shitty Canadians.
crackhead.
We like the good Canadians. Welcome here anytime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like Michael Myers.
Please come to America, great Canadians. Bad ones stay in Canada. We don't
There was an Ojibwe dude from Canada on the other night. He smoked a bunch of weed with me.
Oh yeah, was that Scott Free?
Yeah, that's who that was.
He's cool. Come on back, Scott Free.
Yeah, it's cool to smoke weed.
Totally. That show was JJ was fun. Always.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that movie was it was an interesting movie because I had to watch it like twice. Because fucking
Jonah had some good analysis. I have a little good analysis. Nobody else can get a word in edgewise.
Well, did you see the beginning?
Between me and Jonah wasn't one other person talking, but turned out great.
Oh, yeah.
You know the one I want to do with Jonah here? We were supposed to do FX, part 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I watched both those and made notes and researched it, and we never did them. So I'm like, oh shit! I'll put those.
Hey, you know
what
movie we're doing on April 15th, Tax Day, right?
The producers.
Yeah, with Mel Brooks.
Yeah. Oh man, that sounds crazy.
Yeah, that's all about tax evasion and taking a loss to fucking make money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that all popped off with my when we were watching when we were breaking down the Comedy Club and how it took like $66 million to make over 6 years, but then I was like, wait a minute, this is like the producers in real life, and I was like, oh fuck, we need to break that down. So now we are
totally. Doesn't that have that Hitler in springtime?
Springtime for Hitler.
Hitler in Germany.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie, Clint?
Maybe like 20 years ago or something.
Yeah, it's been
probably like 30 years ago.
It's fucking great. I'm talking the original one too, like not the guy who married fucking Horseface remake.
Did they remake it? I think I heard that you remade that. Yeah, please.
Yeah, they remade it in like 2005 with Ferris Bueller.
Oh, dude. I don't think I've seen that.
What's his name?
It's like trying to make Blazing Saddles in 2020 or something. It just can't be done.
They should have added a parody.
It was still Mel Brooks, so he still did it. I mean,
yeah, but I mean,
was he edgy?
One of those
Mel Brooks movies
or whatever the hell. Still good, but
the standards are.
End of the World 2 or something, or
yeah, they were funny. They were entertaining. They were some of the funniest fucking movies at the time. Woody Allen and fucking Mel Brooks were the two funniest fucking movies going.
Woody Allen, fuck you Jeffrey Epstein fan.
At the fucking movies, Woody Allen's movies are the number one movies playing.
Yeah, you're talking about the movies he made with Jeffrey Epstein.
Mel Brooks.
No, which
one movie playing?
What did Woody Allen direct?
He directed Bananas, Sleeper, a ton, like the biggest movies of the fucking late 60s going into the 70s. And then it got real shitty and nobody, I don't recall following him for his comedy.
They were all shitty. They might have been top of the line for you.
Everything you ever wanted to know about sex. Fucking incredibly funny movies for their time. But when you look back on them now, you know,
we're not boomers.
Daughter
We're not boomers.
Woody Allen and his daughter-in-law, or
We
whatever.
grew up on Real Funny.
Well, all right, calm down, Canada.
Woody Allen.
It's just, like I'll give all the credit in the world to Lenny Bruce, and like he does some funny shit, but then you watch his routines and you're like, oh man, this is just fucking garbage, because like he's a boomer. I mean, it was provocative at the time, and none of the shit today would have come around if he didn't do what he did. But it's like, oh man, like this isn't even like fucking 10 viewers on YouTube worthy.
When you look at the comedians of the time in the late 60s, Peter Sellers, Inspector Clouseau,
Dean Martin,
Sammy
Davis Jr.
The movie about this Dr. Strangelove. When you look at the roles that Peter Sellers played, and then you look at some of the allegations, that he was in the Lolita movie.
John Cleese.
You saw the movie, right?
No, that's one Kubrick, because I knew it was all about kid diddling.
Yeah, so he's a guest at this house, and he falls for the daughter of the house. Not
like I've never watched Chinatown.
Peter Sellers is the father, and James Mason, I think, is the guy that falls for the young daughter. And he falls in love with her, and it's wrong, and they run away together. It's a famous Russian novel, Lolita. But it was, again, telling you things. Peter Sellers is in movies, Dr. Strangelove, Lolita. Peter Sellers plays the first James Bond in Casino Royale. So he's Canada's, or he's England's version of fucking whoever the SNL troupe was, that Second City Live or whatever, SCTV, trying to come to broadcast down in America.
Great though.
With John Candy and all these Canadian comedians that they intermix with our comedians.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Mel Brooks and John Candy baseball.
The problem with it is none of it looks organic. That's the problem. Whatever the outcome, we love this movie, we hate this movie. Some of this shit looks like it's just is put on purpose. The music industry and the movie industries redo the same movie scripts and the same songs over and over. Why do they do that? One, they own them. So it's cheap. You don't have to pay anybody to write the song. And then two, they've probably decided that this message needs to be replayed over and over. Whoever's behind the scenes keeps running these same programs.
Theosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, the Arnold, all those. I mean, once I seen that
spells on records, at these records, there's artists that talk about putting the spells on the records, putting them in the wax, doing a spell on the album before they're created. Led Zeppelin's records were famous.
All the sigils on the fucking cover.
Yeah,
the unraveling of the Wizard of Oz story by all those theosophists. When I read that shit, I was like, and then I watched all the Arnold movies over, and I'm like, this shit is fucking theosophy. There's no doubt about it. Like,
yeah, but you gotta drop acid, put on fucking.
Well, remember that movie, Last
Wizard of Oz, then Pink Floyd The Wall started when the fucking lion roars.
Well, hold on. He says in one scene he's talking to this bad dude or whatever. He's like, and he holds up his badge. He's like, "Call me the Tin Man."
I forgot that one-liner, that zinger.
When you watch Wizard of Oz, you gotta listen to Pink Floyd The Wall while on acid.
Well, then he goes to the real world, just like Dorothy goes to different worlds. And that, like, same thing with the Total Recall movie. It's like Mars and Earth are symbols, and that it's just the same symbols as like the Wizard of Oz, like fucking.
But what about Return of Oz or Return to Oz?
Well, I'm not familiar with the storyline on that one, but.
Oh my god, you have to watch Return to Oz.
I mean, hold on, let me go back to that True Lies or no, Last Action Hero movie. Okay, so he's with the mom, and that he has this revelation. He's like, oh, he starts using his brain.
Truth was spoken, yeah.
And he even calls himself the Tin Man.
Let's go into Return to Oz because that movie's fucked.
Well, then there's two of them, and that there's two Oz's. So Arnold is Oz, but it's like a different. It's really weird because when you watch the Sixth Day right after Total Recall, it's crazy.
Return to Oz came out in like '85. It's literally like she comes back from Oz, and then her uncle and her aunt are worried about her, so they take her to fucking like a psychiatric home. And then
Diana
they
Ross
start doing electric shock therapy on her, and fucking she returns to Oz. It's literally all about fucking like ritual abuse of children. And then there's a fucking entire movie that's just basically satanic
I'm
ritual
talking about
abuse.
The Wiz. You guys see The Wiz? With Michael
Symbolism,
Jackson?
Yeah, the black one.
Yeah, you guys remember The Wiz?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Wasn't he like Jesus in it or something?
Michael Jackson was the Scarecrow, but I think Diana Ross played Dorothy or something like that.
Yeah, I never actually.
That's not The Wiz I saw, but she had a solid stream on her.
On a what?
I was making a fucking golden shower reference. The Wiz.
Oh god!
Well, so
you guys in that Trump golden shower thing, you Canadians can't get over
in the movie. In that Total Recall
I
movie,
haven't said anything about Trump. You fucking with your weird fantasy of Trump getting pissed off by Russian hookers. I was making a Wiz reference, nothing to do with Trump. Yeah, hey,
the year those allegations came out, Mad Magazine on their back cover had a picture of Trump under golden showers, with Putin. What's that?
Was Putin wearing a mentor's mask? Did he have an El Duce?
No, he looked like the guy from the suntan ad in the '80s, Copper Tone or some shit like that. So everybody was in on the golden showers thing. Everybody's in on the 57 experts that said Hunter Biden's laptop was a Russian disinformation.
Todd, you're more into fucking. You're more up Trump's ass than Trump is up Bibi's ass. Come on, just let it die.
Well, we all know that the leader of our country doesn't control America. I mean, the whole. That's the thing, though. Also, with that lecture I gave, I played a lecture of this old dude, this Ralph Epperson's friend, and that he says in the lecture. Well, he talks about. I think it's Article 8, Section 17, Article 1, Section 8, 17, or something, Clause 17, I think. And he's talking about how there were two governments set up. One was all under executive. How did it go? One was all under. Well, basically, it's like
branches of government.
I forget the way he worded it. It was one.
Anyways, I'm gonna jump off though. I gotta get upload morning.
Well, you would drop a bomb and then run away. Drop a bomb question.
Drop a bomb like Trump on a fucking girl school.
Here in America, we pray that the president is protected and makes the right decisions. We don't know why he's doing what he's doing. We got to trust what we're being told in the news, which none of us trust. But we pray that what's happening is going to be a good thing. You up in Canada probably don't pray for America because the news feeds you nonstop Trump hating bullshit. But that's okay. We understand your guys' minds is mush from all the programming.
I pray to God that I know does not exist.
In the Middle East, I pray that this isn't some forever war because Trump ran on a no-war policy. You know what we do here? We criticize Trump when he's wrong. We criticize things we don't like about our heroes. We don't hide from people when they challenge.
Monologue.
Yeah.
Why ask if you're going to interrupt anyways?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, the president to do the best that he can, and you had Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Obama.
You know what?
Biden. What point do you stop praying?
Biden ended the war in Afghanistan. Brought the troops out. Shut it down. You know what? Biden gets that as a feather in his cap. Way to go, Biden.
Vote Biden.
No, I mean when the Democrats do good,
well, they're probably trying to
we say it.
Money or something.
When Republicans do good, we say it. When Trump does good, we say it. When Trump doesn't do good, we criticize it. See, that's the difference. We're not all one-sided. We actually try to back up the reason that we feel a certain way. I want America
for any politician
to be a shining light on the hill like we've been taught since we were children. I'm aware that we have problems here, but I'm hoping that there are people trying to make a difference. And if we didn't have people trying to do that, then we would already be in the grips of some totally terrible totalitarian.
Is the echo gone now?
Nope, the echo's still there. So that means it's time for me to sing that song that everybody missed before the show.
Well, let me put it makes it so there's nobody's everybody's background settings. It takes off the reduced mic background noise. It unchecks it for some reason.
You're leaving?
Yeah. Peace out.
I'll have a good night.
Good night.
See y'all Friday.
Good night. Good night. See you Friday, sir.
Friday, unless Todd's got his panties on and can't make it.
No, Friday it's on. I'll be screaming over the top of you, sir. I'll be turning my mic up to 11 when your Canadians will be on 10. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yourself. Anyways, y'all have a good night.
You too, brother. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
Say hi to the Queen for us, yeah.
The who? Oh.
The Queen.
Is there still an echo?
Oh, there's no Queen anymore. Sorry.
There's still is there still an echo?
Say hi to the King for us, King Charles. You know he's always got our back.
Oh, can you hear me?
Always had our back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, is there still an echo?
Yep, there's an echo. I mean, it's probably a good time to sing some songs.
Let me just try to refresh my.
Jonah's always fun. So, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Danny, can you hear us?
Yep.
Cool. How you doing tonight? What's on your mind tonight, Danny?
Not much. Not much.
What's happening in New York? Anything good?
Unfortunately, no.
How's the weather there?
Rainy, and there's a thunderstorm going on right now.
You gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Clinton's getting snow and John's getting snow, and you guys got rain.
No, it's still dry here. I mean, it rained, but
pretty good.
It got really windy.
It's getting hot here. It's 85 degrees, goddammit. Hot. So you gotta enjoy.
Is the echo gone now?
Yeah, well, the echo's gone, but everything else is too. So I don't know what you did there. I can still hear the echo.
I turned my echo cancellation off. Oh.
Hard to hear you. Hard to hear Danny.
Let's see here. Okay, now is it better now?
A little better now. Maybe I turned my thing down. Yeah,
I'm just gonna make it all.
I had to turn my volume down because the sound of Jonah's voice just piercing my ears with that obnoxious grating. Yeah. No, we love you, Jonah. Please come back and yell at us again soon.
Okay. I think it sounds. Does it sound better now?
It sounds fantastic, actually. I got to fix the duct tape though on the lights in the studio. The home studio, which is just a room.
Yeah, I got my leprechaun suit on. Fucking
Celtic.
Celtic.
Got your leprechaun suit on tonight. We can't see it though. You got your beads going for Mardi Gras, or what are you doing?
It's just a Celtics thing.
Oh, you're doing the Irish.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got some green Timberlands too.
Definitely big echo going, but that's okay.
Still?
Do I sound horrible to you guys?
Is it better now?
Do I sound horrible?
No, I guess I'm good.
Maybe my microphone volume was...
That could be me too. I don't know. I don't know how this works, but...
Okay. So it's better now.
Anyways, that movie was fun earlier. The movie review. Always fun on JJ's show.
Yeah.
Hard to get a word in past Jonah, but we love him. That's why we invite him.
Yeah.
But he doesn't call himself troublemaker because he's quiet.
Well, can you still hear the echo?
And polite. No, it sounds fantastic right now. I don't know whatever you did there, but that sounds perfect.
I think my microphone level on this cord thing was up too high.
We need to get Phil Cesaro to come over on your show, Clint, for a little bit. Talk about the mafia or different connections, organized crime. I know we don't always do organized crime on your show, but we kind of mix it up with whatever the fuck anybody specializes in. He's a super brain, Phil Cesaro.
Oh, yeah. I always forget to send him invites.
I need to send him an invite sometime. I bet he'd be on here.
Lazaro?
Cesaro?
Is that what you said? Lazaro?
No, it's with I think it's with an S. Cesaro or with a Z. Cesaro. Phil Cesaro. If you go to JJ's show, I think he listened somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
What's his name?
I was getting at something earlier about the what is it, Article 1, Section 8 or 10 or something. It was that thing I played the other night. I mean, I could replay the last part of it and probably say it, but it was something about like how there was a three branch government that was operating, and then basically that. I mean, Cooper says it easier, where he says it like that the judicial branch was nullified basically through emergency powers and such, and the executive branch created a new judicial branch, and the evidence of this was that the attorney general was appointed by the executive branch, and that that there's been a constant state of emergency since the multiple
Emergency Declaration Act
bankruptcies. I mean, because it went bankruptcy in like 1870 or something, or 1890 something. It went bankrupt.
1947 though is a real big one.
I mean, there was just so many bankruptcies.
No, but 1947 was the National Emergency Act or something.
Banking Relief Act? Or
the what?
No,
it was the War Powers. It was like a War Powers saying that they no longer had to follow any of your rules, and they were more powerful behind the scenes. They're going to do whatever the hell they want. They own the whole planet. Goddamn. No, I'm talking about the They Live movie, the movie They Live. But no, 1947. They passed an act in the United States, the National Security Act, which they didn't no longer have to tell you why they're going to do anything. And they created the CIA, and they pretty much had a shadow thing going off that was already there to be before that. It seems like the intelligence agencies are old. Before the CIA, it was the OSS. They were going back into World War I. And they're all
they
friends.
Just change names.
Yep, they're all friends and hugging other intelligence agencies over in Europe, MI6 and that. And so when they become the CIA, man, they're the original founding of the CIA, they handed out cloaks and daggers.
Oh, really?
And that was, yep. To each person that was there at that meeting.
That's bizarre. What are they?
And to signify it was time to cloak yourself and get ready to start stabbing. I'm sure is what the cloak and the dagger.
I'm sure it was just some kind of ornamental dagger.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying that's what that represents. we're going to hide ourselves, and we're going to start going on the offensive in an intelligence way. Intelligence agencies are like secret societies and magical fraternities all wrapped into one. You don't think the Skull and Bones at Yale
Mason.
University would, that they're not all connected? Some of these people in the Skull and Bones that are around today, you're going, whoa. The election in 2000 with George Bush and John Kerry was the first time that the public heard that both the presidential candidates are members of Skull and Bones, which is a very small fraternity. That was kind of an eye-opener. The fact they even let that go on television. Tim Russert asked both of them. I still suspect that these people put stuff out in the news on purpose.
Tim Russert ended up passing away like 3 months after that interview, mysteriously.
Yep. That's right.
They didn't like the look on his face. They probably,
They made him feel uncomfortable. He made him feel uncomfortable. You don't make Skull and Bones guys feel uncomfortable asking about stuff they can't say, which is, are you a member of Skull and Bones? I can't talk about that. How come? Something to be proud of, you'd think. No, we got to hide our... Bill Cooper used to say over and over, the only reason people keep things a secret is because if you were to be shown it, you probably wouldn't approve. And so he used to say that over and over about the Illuminati and the Skull and Bones and the whack nuts that he was coming across. Cooper also used to say, which rang through my ears my whole time since I heard him went sound live, he'd say, I don't know if they sent me out here to put this information out. I don't even trust myself because they may have fed me this and they want me to come and tell you about it.
Yeah, talking about the alien stuff.
The alien stuff, everything.
He was definitely talking about the alien stuff for that one.
It wasn't, but it's not just alien stuff because Cooper
he did say, "Don't believe a word he says. Look everything up for yourself, not to believe."
Wasn't just about the alien stuff, though.
I mean, you said the same thing. You were just paraphrasing it. About he says, "Believe everything, trust nothing, unless you can prove it for yourself. Don't even trust what I say.
Make it irrefutable."
Yeah, that's difficult to do in a world.
It is difficult.
I mean, that's where I've got all
especially when there's intelligence agencies purposely putting out false information, false conspiracy theories, and false trails to confuse people on what's going on.
Just want a cigarette here. Yeah, something you said was triggered my mind, but I just blanked out. I smoked like 5 roach joints.
I'm lucky if I can even follow a train of thought, but certain areas I spend a lot of time reflecting upon. And so I can recall, I forgot more shit than I can remember, but I can recall things that meant something to me. Like I read all Bill Cooper's book 10 times. Couldn't quote it verbatim, but certain parts of it stand out. They stand out.
I mean, I only read it. I read
Cooper's book is a lot of source documents and a little bit of his own commentary.
I thought the audio.
So he didn't write most of Bill Cooper. Behold the Pale Horse. Behold the Pale Horse is filled with other people's stuff that he puts little commentary inside of, and then he only has a few chapters that are all him. His history or his thoughts on this matter, his explanation of things. And Behold the Pale Horse.
Copies of laws and pages and shit.
A lot of it is material that was floating around the conspiracy world, the world of conspiracy theorists back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, coming up, to where he's coming into the late 80s and early 90s when Bill Cooper comes on, when I first see him. How did I find Bill Cooper? He was on a talk radio station in my hometown, K-Talk, coming to town to give a lecture. I used to love talk radio. some of the first places that I found Bill Cooper and other authors that were talking about these things. Utah has a Salt Lake, that talk radio station there is one of the oldest talk radio stations in the United States. It was established in like 1955 and it's been a continuous talk radio station ever since. The government's threat to shut it down a number of times because of the people they've had on there on that station, and they've had lawsuits where they tried to bring RICO charges and shit against them to shut down the radio station. So they've had times when they would host people like Bill Cooper and other guests that weren't very popular with the government, obviously, at that time.
Yeah.
Bo Greitz.
Well,
and you could tell that there was
I remember what I was going to say. Well, it's interesting about Bo Greitz because Cooper says that thing about Greitz talking in his ears. He said that he walked up to Bo Greitz at a conference, and then he said he did I don't remember which degree handshake, but he gave him a handshake.
Gave him a Masonic handshake.
And then later after the conference, Bo Greitz gave him the 5 points of fellowship, and then said basically that he was 32nd degree Mason, and Cooper was like, up yours, because he had found evidence about the Scottish Rite and all this stuff, Musini and connection to the access powers of.
Cooper was almost like a caustic personality. If you met him live, man, he didn't fuck around. He would shred people. Like if somebody came up to him and was asking stupid stuff or getting crazy, or just something they weren't following his work, He didn't waste time with stupid questions. He called people out continuously, like they were agents, So and there were.
Sorry, the Chad.
Anyway.
Sorry.
Cooper was going after Alex Jones. Alex Jones was denying that he met Cooper. There's, all this weird shit that went on years later. This is years after, more like in the mid-90s. So there's this weird conspiracy scene that was occurring at that time. And people like to, I need to go look at the Bo Greitz stuff because I keep hearing Jonah and JJ talking about Bo Greitz being one of Colby's queers,
Yeah, he's definitely. Well,
he's working for, but I understand if Bo Greitz is Special Forces, Green Beret. But what I don't understand is why Bo Greitz is going around the country giving lectures about how the United States is taken over by secret societies, skull and bones, they're running the drugs. He's trying to wake Mormon, up. That's the part.
He's a different faction. The secret societies are all at war, and they all have people to represent them.
Okay, but that's what I'm explaining here is Bo Greitz was shredding these guys.
Well, he was the Mormon faction.
He was putting on seminars that were
the Mormons want to socialize America in a different way. Just like they all want to socialize America. It's like they can't just let America be America. They want to change it. They want to turn our Constitution into pudding and fucking dump it in the trash. It's like I don't know, all this. I've read a lot of founding father stuff. They would be absolutely horrified of what Americans have to go through to travel, to live, to it's like we gotta get off this. I think the only plan to get off the international.
It's like we got a goddamn vulture perched on top of us.
Well,
it's like we got a rabid monkey on our back. Is what it's like.
The international debt. You've seen the clock where it's just going up and up and up and up, and all these people are spending all this money. It's just like it's like a big thing. If I was to talk about it in the microcosm, it's like when I read the paper about this small park that had a 2 bathroom. Maybe it was like one bathroom and a sink or something, and it was a little tiny building. and they paid the contractor like $1 to $2 million back like 25 years ago, and it's like there's no way that little building costs fucking $1 million. Like that's impossible. Like fucking, but they're doing that on a massive scale, and that there's. I mean, I think that's why there's so much. I mean, if they're really cleaning,
what this looks like is a planned demolition. It's exactly what they told us they were going to do in the Club of Rome.
Well, what they did
the
in Germany.
Whole world isn't going to rise up to another greater level of existence and living. The higher grade countries living at a higher level of life are going to come down to third world conditions. And they said, we're not going to evolve mankind and solve problems and let people not have jobs and float into space and drink Coca-Cola anytime you want. Watch some movies, eat some popcorn coming out of computers, flying around a spaceship. No, you're going to be living in a third world country where everybody's starving and looking for a meager existence because there won't be any outlets. There'll be robots sitting down at the end of a dark street looking at you with cold eyes. No care when you fall.
The Fear Factory albums. That's all about
I'm just saying, this is what's coming. This is what's coming.
They're already playing.
If the people that run the world get their way.
Well, it's even worse than what you think. They've got. Recently,
that'll be a dream, what I just described.
Well, simultaneously, they publicly stated in the science world that they took a fly and they transferred all of its brain or some shit to a computer, each neuron or something, and then the fly woke up in the simulation, and then it flew around and thought it was still a fly, and that they've also simultaneously this week they took, I think it was 100,000 brain cells, which is like one 640th of the brain or some shit, but way more than that. It's like 1/1,000,000th of the brain or something, or I don't remember what the fraction was, but it was they took a small amount of brain cells and then they programmed it to play Doom. I think it was Doom.
I saw that story.
So they're on the way for cyborg drones with brains that are grown in a petri dish. I mean, they probably already got them. I guarantee.
God knows what kind of monsters these people created.
Yeah, so we're looking at like some hardcore science fiction type cyborg robot shit.
Yep, big surprises that are hiding for you at the end when you finally decide to wake up and put some resistance up against this nightmare. But that's okay. That's why we don't talk about resistance all the time here, because we know it's almost futile. It's like the movie with Tom Cruise, who wakes up every day, he can't quite get to the thing. It's exactly the same situation that we find ourselves in. We didn't get a chance to talk about like the time loop thing that the story was based on earlier because Jonah was yelling nonstop. Oh, yeah. But that's okay. He was excited. It was a good movie. Yeah, and if Jonah wasn't yelling and excited, then you'd think something was wrong with him. So
the time loop thing was definitely because it was like, to explain it, cause I don't think Danny's seen the movie Edge of Tomorrow.
It was a good one. It was worth seeing, Danny. Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, it's worth seeing.
Tom Cruise, basically, it's very okay. So he goes into battle, and that he's pushed into some situation he doesn't want to be in, and that then he's
he meets a general at the beginning of the movie. You got to put that in there. The general tells him, "You're going to the front line." He says, "I ain't going to go to the front line." That's how the movie starts.
I was explaining it. So, and then when there's some kind of giant alien thing that was some kind of robot that was fucking and that he killed it when he died, and that somehow the blood of the alien absorbed into him when he was dying, and then he gained the ability to reset the day, and so and that when he died, he reset to earlier in the day when he woke up, and that and then he kept living it out like Groundhog Day, and that basically it was like there was a core that he had to locate, and that they were trying to fight an enemy that also had the same power where it could reset every day the day. So they knew everybody. Imagine like a psychic vision battle where each opponent has the ability to read the minds and read the actions and even see in time before. And so,
Boys to call.
So
you see me like now, a veteran of 1,000 psychic wars. Boys to call.
Yeah,
like their third biggest song.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it'd be like if you're playing cards and you can see everybody's hands and you knew what they were thinking, and you're like, oh, there's no way I can't win this poker game, and then somebody pulls a fast one and tricks you. I mean, that's basically what happened in the movie.
In a nutshell, like Clint says, it's Groundhog Day meets Star Troopers, or whatever. What was that movie? Star Troopers?
Yeah, Starship Troopers. Yeah, then it gets
Starship Troopers,
and the core explodes or some shit.
But it's also a love story, and it's this time travel story, this time loop. That's this second movie that we've done that relates to time on there, because Nicolas Cage 2 or 3 movies ago could see 2 minutes into the future. So he was a small con artist in the beginning of the movie of Nicolas Cage Next, that's milking these casinos for like $1,000 because he doesn't want to get on the radar, but he can see 2 minutes everything that's going to happen in the future. So he can win any card game, can pick, but he doesn't want to overdo it, so he plays it low key. Just wins enough, but then the casinos catch on to he's ripping them off, and the government catches on to he's some kind of psychic, so they want to find him, and so he goes on the run. And that movie with Nicolas Cage Next was pretty entertaining, where he's getting away from the government because every time they say he's going to the left, he goes to the right, and then the agent passes by and he slips over here because he knows exactly what they can do, so he's always 2 minutes ahead of them. They can't get their hands on him. The government wants him. The casino wants him because he's ripping them off. The government wants him so they can use him to fight the terrorists, which is just another stupid detail that's put out by the government. And then he just wants to live his life with this girl he's having a dream about. Again, the same as this stupid movie. This decent movie with Tom Cruise has a girl in it too, time travel movie.
Yeah.
He's got to meet the girl at the diner. Every day he goes to the diner because somewhere in his vision, this girl's going to show up. But she doesn't show up, so he shows up there every day. Finally, she shows up. It's Jessica Alba. And he's like, oh my God, you're beautiful. You're my soulmate. I love you, and all this romantic garbage, which, I love. I love love. Who doesn't? But, anyways, Tom Cruise, towards the end, he has to save the girl. You can already picture the plot line. The terrorists get her, and then they want him. The terrorists want him for obvious reasons, because he can see 2 minutes in the future. He sees they're going to set off a nuclear bomb and destroy all mankind again, big Armageddon thing. But they're also going to kill his girlfriend, so all he can think about is how he can save his girlfriend. The government wants him to save the world.
The alchemical.
The government wants to save the world, but he wants to save his girlfriend. Stupid Hollywood.
The whole alchemical merging of the male and the female, or
the
whatever.
Alchemical wedding. But the similar thing with Tom Cruise, he meets a girl, he sees a girl, and his thing he's going through in this time loop. The difference between the Cruise movie and the Nicolas Cage movie is Nicolas Cage relives the day over and over. Every time he dies, this day starts over again from being recruited to go to the front. So the whole concept of the Cruise movie is He's going to figure out how to beat whatever the enemy is, because that's how this whole thing started. He gets enlisted by the government to fight the aliens. And he doesn't even want to go to war, but he goes to war and gets killed in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, wait, so
but he gets to start the day over every day. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to spoil it. Fucking, it's a good movie. The aliens look real. Really good job on the aliens. Kind of look like spooky, fast-moving creatures. But I won't spoil the fucking movie. Go watch the son of a bitch, and then go watch us talk about it on JJ's show. It's fantastic. My only regret from JJ Short is I didn't get to plug Clint's show. It kind of got cut off a little early because Jonah was yelling something. But anyways, again, the time travel movie. One of the things I didn't get to mention in that time travel element is, do you think the government's interested in time travel?
Well, they're definitely interested in psychics.
Psychics, time travel, diseases, weapons, aliens, evil, demons, probably demons. Hey, World War II told us that the Allied forces were fighting the Nazi forces by using witches over in Britain to send curses, and Aleister Crowley was using his magical sigils to curse Adolf Hitler. And you don't think they're fighting magical battles? That the governments don't use magicians to fight the battles? They do. We know that because Michael Aquino was literally national security.
Some of it's art of deception.
He was as high as you get in the government. And he's the head of the Temple of Set, an offshoot of the Church of Satan. Hey, look who we got here, speaking of vampires and Satanists. And Canadians.
Sorry.
No, I'm just teasing you. We're making fun of Canadians earlier. Jonah was here. What's going on, sir?
Not too much. What's up with you?
Oh, we just got off a great movie review with JJ and jumped on Clint's show for a little bit before I pass out. Have to go to work tomorrow.
What's the movie?
Edge of Tomorrow. Great Tom Cruise flick.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
What'd you think?
Typical bullshit narrative.
Oh, you watched it too?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
government programming, government propaganda.
Yeah.
If they're putting it in front of your face, it's because they want you to think about something. They want to plant an idea in your mind for some nefarious purpose, most likely.
L. Ron Hubbard and all those other people. It all makes you wonder if it's all huge art deception or if it's
alien cargo cult.
Are they just pretending they're just psychics and that we have a psychic program to psych out the Russians? You know what I mean?
Well, if you had total surveillance of the entire world in real time, and you literally knew what bet was going to fall, maybe you didn't know what hand was going to come out, but you did know what event's going to take place the next day. That puts you ahead of everybody. There are people betting on world events, like what day we go to war in Iran. Maybe you saw these stories in the headlines now. Small bets are being placed on world events, and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars on small investments, betting that the United States will attack Iran tomorrow, and suddenly the payout's 14-1, $120,000 to some 10 or 12 groups that knew it was going to go down that day. Have you seen these stories?
Well, I wonder if they're actually making money off these bets. That's
a betting market based upon all world events now. Who will be killed? Who will be invaded? What war will take place? And these gambling places are paying out if you bet correctly.
I mean, it should be illegal to bet on if someone dies or not, because
why should it be illegal?
Because then there would be a financial incentive, and then
to
it'd
go
be
kill
like
somebody.
the
Hey,
equivalent
if
of
this guy
putting a
dies
bounty
tomorrow,
on someone's head.
$10,000.
It'd
Pretty
be like
much,
putting a
Frank.
bounty on someone's head.
Good point.
And who determines that?
Well, I mean, it's not rocket science.
Yes, it is.
if somebody's
there is
putting
someone taking a
much
bet
money
somewhere for every single thing you could think of.
Imagine. Yeah, totally.
There are these betting markets. People are betting.
I like to gamble, but I'm against it.
On what moral ground?
It's not moral ground. It's there are betting companies that are taking bets for world events, assassinations, wars. If you guessed tomorrow that we invaded Iran, the payout was 14-1. The day that we did it.
Good bet.
And there's
no, that's what he was saying the bet was.
This has been in the news lately that this is a burgeoning market.
Is that just in like
you thought
Vegas
sports
or something?
Was big?
Is this
the new market is world events, assassinations.
Yeah, this is totally a reflection of the stock market. The stock market bets on the price of food, the price of commodities. What's the difference on betting on
that's
water?
a good point.
You know,
pretty much.
What's the
I'm
difference?
just saying it's all being monetized. Even a betting market now.
Yeah, because I mean, technically it is. Yeah, I'm totally.
But what's funny is some people knew right before it was going to occur, and they placed bets and they got paid out.
Totally.
That's kind of my point. It's like when somebody bets on the most ridiculous end to the Super Bowl.
Well, then there could be insider trading.
Or maybe puts insurance on a building right before 9/11, like on 9/9. But building 7 is going to completely collapse from some natural catastrophe. Takes out $1 billion insurance policy day before some building is going to collapse. Larry Silverman.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
I think it was a year.
He's on an interview going, I can't believe it paid off. It paid out. Made all this money. God, sad. Goddamn.
Well, I was asking Grok about that, and Grok.
He's on an interview talking about it.
Well, Grok thought that the investment of what that because I was bringing up to Grok about the asbestos, and Grok was saying about the numbers to replace it and how much money the building would make and all this stuff, and it was so he would have made more money without the building going down, basically. It'd be like if you got a new car and the car
he really hurt. Yeah, it hurt him.
Silverstein made tons of money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could.
He bragged about how sad it was that he made so much money. It was very unfortunate, but it worked. I mean, insurance pays off.
Well, I mean, that's the thing where think of it in like a microcosm, where like my old lady, she was in a car accident with her friends. And
is she old?
No, I just everybody in Michigan calls their girlfriend their old lady. So
isn't that
as do biker gangs? As do all biker gangs.
No, I was just saying.
No,
I didn't know that. But so what was I gonna?
I don't know if they do or don't. I'm just teasing.
One of the chick that was driving, they sued her because she got T-boned and she ran a red light or something, so they sued the driver, which was their friend, but the driver had insurance, and that
how convenient.
The driver didn't have to pay out of pocket anything, but the driver was no longer friends with the two chicks, my girlfriend and her friend, and so it's like this whole.
So she became a witness for the other person. A person in your girlfriend's car became a witness for the other party or some shit.
Well,
a witness for the prosecution.
Well, just the fact that the chick
Agatha Christie
was no longer.
This conversation calls for a gummy. I better take a gummy and try to understand this whole situation. I think that's pretty decent.
I better take a vitamin C.
Pound of gummy. Or pound of beer, pound of gummy, pound of beer. I don't know. He's pretty good. Dialed in gummies. The Rosin Gummy Company. You know, if you're going to get gummies, everybody out there in the audience, get the live rosin.
Oh, yeah, those
That's
are the
good
best
stuff.
ones.
Costs a little bit more money, worth everything. Go on, Clint.
No, yeah. Well, so, I mean, when somebody gains some sort of monetary asset from a loss, it's not necessarily a good thing, because it's like, I don't know. It's just that's not a full motive. You know what I mean? Like, it's I don't see it as any type of the only possibility that I would say that is possibly the case is if Silverstein was somehow connected with Nazis or something, which I doubt. But or the opposite of which would be that the Islams were working with the Nazis and that they were trying to literally attack New York on 9/11.
What Nazis? What Nazis were around 9/11?
Well, Dennis Cuddy goes over all the Nazis connected with the Muslims and the radical Islam.
Muhammad Atta.
And
as far as I knew,
I mean, think about this.
As far as I knew, there was only two.
Think about this.
Celebrating.
Hold on. Let me lay this out for you.
The most evil Muslim guy they could find.
No, there's certain people that made documentaries right after 9/11, which I believe was propaganda. Like, how do we know that Loose Change wasn't propaganda? How do we know
I hear you. Zeitgeist. Freeman Fly, Alex Jones, all of them.
Are you black-pilled, Clint? Are you black-pilled to the death?
Well, I mean,
pretty much it. We all about are now. I mean, it's coming to the point where I don't think anybody's.
We don't have any ways to corroborate whether it's accurate or not. Such as where in Esoteric Agenda, for example, the guy says these people are all still alive in these countries, and it's like, well, who is this Esoteric Agenda guy? Who, did he make this film, or did the government make him? Was he working for the MI6? Was he? Who knows? You know what I mean? Was he working for somebody? And did he make Esoteric Agenda to make people not believe that radical Islam's attacked New York? That's what I'm saying.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Like, come on.
Yeah, but see, I didn't believe the radical Islam stuff until my friend, he was a medic in the military, and he got back from some crazy country in the desert, and he's telling these stories, and I thought that he was saying he was standing there one day, and that some old lady just ran into a crowd and just went boom, and everybody just bit the dust. And he was saying that he was laying out these scenarios that were so fucked up, where he was saying he was in a truck or some shit, and that if somebody got in the way, they couldn't stop. They had to run them over, and that because their procedures, they can't stop. And just his stories are so fucked up. I blacked them all out of my mind because they're.
Are you familiar with the history of ISIS?
Well, even that. You know the history of the Illuminati and the concealed worship of ISIS. The
history that we're told, the history that we know about Al Qaeda.
Well, Al Qaeda is definitely connected with
ISIS.
Nazis. Cuddy lays it out thick, where it's like, I mean, it's like Saddam Hussein's uncle was trained by some Nazi.
Do you know the role of the British intelligence agencies, the CIA?
Yes. You're finally on the right page, Todd.
The networks
they were working with them. They were all working together, I think.
Yes.
To fight the Russians. Did you see the movie Rambo 3?
What if it was? What if there was no fight with the Russians?
Where Rambo taught Osama bin Laden how to ride a horse and blow up buildings. For fuck's sake.
What if it was all just? what if there was small action with the Russians? But what if because the Russians and the Nazis and the CIA and stuff, all working with the UN and shit. It's like they got the whole New World Order all fucking.
Of course
they're
they were.
socialized and everything.
That's what we're saying here. That's what we're saying here. Nazis and commies and you name the group, they're all hugging each other in this, whatever this is.
Yeah.
That's why that Nunder cult conspiracy was such an eye opener, because it's all the governments, all the religious groups, all the peace movements working towards the same goal.
Todd, finally on the right page.
Religion and government.
Todd's right.
Yeah. Have I never not said that?
Well, we've always said that.
Been one day when I've never said that. Like I say it every single time I come on here, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, world socialism is their goal. I mean, if I was in Canada,
it ebbs and flows is what it is, because you can't rush it in. These people take the slow approach with how they change culture.
Yeah,
they say it takes about
socialism. Yeah,
three generations to change people's mindsets between what their parents believed and just completely flip that fucker. And that's kind of what they've been doing to us. I mean, that's what they've been doing.
Todd, Todd, you're talking about Fabian socialism. Totally.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Well, Fabian socialism is just all of Europe is socialist. They're already in the one world government. Look, the United States created the United Nations. We pay most of the bills for every other country on earth to be a part of this United Nations organization, where the whole world has an equal say in what's going to go on, but we pay for the whole fucking organization to exist. So, we're the home of the thug, the home of the New World Order.
And the philosophy of the United Nations is based on Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and Annie Besant and Alice Bailey. Totally.
Their founders are all up in there. You know why? Because they find people that want to create a world utopia.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people around that would love to live in peace and harmony and can see this ideal vision. Oh, it'd be so awesome. But they don't allow that to occur. Yeah. They just use that as a carrot, driving you further into their dystopian New World Order.
Yeah.
What they've done to slow creep on us is like when Edward Snowden came out and they revealed, oh, they're spying on everybody. Let's put out a movie. Oliver Stone's now going to tell you what happened. Edward Snowden barely got away. He lives over in Russia now. And he's like, sorry, guys, they're spying on you. They know everything. I'm out of here. I got to run.
Well, I think I already knew they were spying on us way before Snowden.
No kidding, but that was when it was official. It's like, yep, they've seen everything. They got all the videotapes. Lots of hours of videotapes of naked children, too. That's another thing they don't like to talk about.
Hey, Todd, have you ever thought that Edward Snowden is controlled opposition?
That's what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
So I was just talking about the possibility of what's the odds that Oliver Stone was, I'm going to make that guy's movie. I did a JFK movie. I'd be the guy to tell the public the truth. Oliver Stone moved to Colombia. He didn't live in the United States anymore. He ran away a long time ago. Oh, yeah. He knew he better get the fuck out of here. But somehow he still has the blessing of Hollywood in the United States.
Weird. Yeah.
See, this is, you can tell this is intelligence operations. That's what we're discussing a lot nowadays, is all these, how the entire culture and entertainment and everything. But the weirdest part is the deeper you look, the more controlled it looks. I mean, you thought maybe some parts weren't controlled, but now it's a complete script somehow. That's where you start to go. If you believe in the beyond and strange paranormal events, you start to go, is there something beyond this? Kind of like you, Harry, that the devil's behind every bush.
Yeah, Todd, but ultimately, given your scenario, what do you think is the root cause of all this bullshit? I mean, you know what I mean.
I would say it's the
just
root
like the
cause
Tom Cruise movie.
insanity.
There's this alien monster at the end of all this.
Or the spirit of the Antichrist.
Well, them believing that God is consciousness, and even I lost part of my later. That we're all
they really want that Antichrist. I can tell you that. They can't wait for him. If he don't come, they're going to make him come. Yeah. It's kind of like if the Soviet Union didn't exist, we'd create it. If Osama bin Laden didn't exist, we'd create him. If drug cartels didn't exist, we'd create them.
You mean whoever's
if the Antichrist didn't exist, we'd make sure he gets in here. Why do they do this? You guys are familiar with West Point military academies.
Yeah.
Where they run through every single war scenario. Waste trillions of dollars in the government running every single scenario they can imagine of how they might lose. And I bet they found they lose in about 90% if they follow through with real battles.
Yeah, including Northwood. Yeah.
So nobody likes this. Nobody likes being a slave. I don't know why people don't want to be a slave. Yeah, no. I don't know why people want to resist us taking over. Jeez, we just suck. I don't know why. People don't like us.
I mean, their whole world socialist utopia. I mean, technically, the whole alien abduction phenomenon could be them brainwashing people to say that we need to all save the planet and be socialists. I mean, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, that was report from Iron Mountain. That was Ronald Reagan's excuse. Yeah, totally.
They decided that people can't be left alone and be left to live in peace because they won't do what governments want them to. They always have to be in a constant state of tension and agitation caused by events the government manufactures to irritate the public.
I'd say the world government.
You guys ever play that game, The Sim City, where you build a city?
Yeah.
Put out by Microsoft, Bill Gates. And you build a city, and you have to put in. Yep, their biggest game, or one of the biggest. I don't know. Was it Microsoft? I'm sure Microsoft. It was fucking.
They had The Sims also.
Who was it?
That game.
My point is, SimCity explains how cities are developed. You run water lines. You run power lines. You can build a house out in the middle of nowhere, but it ain't gonna have power, electricity, or water unless you run a water line. A power line. A water line and power line require water pumps and power stations. So you have to build power stations. So the whole game explains how you build a city and you put suburbs together and you put house in there. And then once you got a city growing and going, it's pretty fucking fun game. You have to take out loans. You have to take out bonds to do projects. You don't have the money. You have to do things.
Did they do that in SimCity?
They do that in SimCity. Yeah. So what starts to happen is parts of the city start deteriorating because you haven't taken care of them. So parts of the city starting to break down while you're trying to develop parts over here. So you got to borrow some money in bonds to do the projects and get the city developed over here. So it was showing you a real life example of how these people run this place. And in the game, they finally had what happens if a UFO comes over and starts destroying parts of your city, or a tornado comes through, destroys the city. It's going to cost a lot of development.
If you click the bottom right of Sim Tower, you get an extra $1 million.
Yep.
You start off.
If you're successful, your city thrives and you can move into the future. If you're unsuccessful, your city looks like a place where Clint lives. Michigan.
Well, I don't live in a city, so.
I know you don't. We just like to talk as if you are right next to Flint, Michigan, because you live in Michigan.
Yeah, that would suck.
I only played the Sim Park model where it was
I got addicted to Sim City. It was addicting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they probably use that game to fine tune it to run simulations.
As it advanced, in the beginning, you're way up above building the city. As it advanced, as the game new versions come out, eventually you got involved in individual people's lives that were living inside of the buildings and driving the cars all around the city. So not only are you controlling the city, but suddenly you're in the apartments. And then they come out with Sim City where it had the characters that live in the apartments. You control them.
Yeah, I think they were data collecting. They data collected off the video games.
Definitely. They data collect off everything.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably have
a giant. I love by Microsoft.
Well, they probably back then, before SimCity even came out, they probably had a sim world that was used by the government to simulate the world.
In 1999, the CIA
They did have this. Garrett Larson Garrett talks about it in one of his books about this grand simulation of the world.
In 1999, the CIA opened its headquarters and they brought the press in for a walkthrough in their headquarters for the first time ever. And they took them through the building and they showed them that for the first time, they had an entire 3D map of the world. Where you could go into a room where the world would appear in the middle of the room and you could point to any part of it and it would go right down to the city, street, and address, and it would take you into any building you wanted to go to. They had every building, every room, and every hallway of every country on Earth. And they could send their agents into any building, in any city, in any country on Earth, in a 3D version, before they sent their agents there to do some kind of operation for real. So they were exposing they had that in 99. Because they really, with 9/11, that was where they really dropped the hammer on pretending that they cared about your rights. Before 9/11, they used to pretend to care about privacy and due process and all this. After 9/11, Dick Cheney came out a few days later and said, you know what, the party's over. Americans have had it too good, long enough. We're turning the lights off. Time to fucking get real. And guess what? He got real. Halliburton took over most of the contracts, military contracts.
Where's all this background?
The website doesn't like it.
And they didn't go after the guy that did the. Pardon me.
Oh, the website keeps turning off everybody's reduce mic background noise option.
Okay.
That's why it sounds funny.
Anyways, my same old fucking rant. Nothing's new under the sun. These people suck. Can go to hell. You scumbags. Especially liars, cheats, and murderers.
Yeah.
And we know Quinn shows black ball.
Totally Pedro game theory from the Rand Corporation, Von Neumann. Totally.
All right. Yeah, I mean, so the whole world the world economy, that whole thing. Once they got that system set up, they didn't really care about much else except for rules and regulations of businesses and ways to slowly vampire more money and to take away allodial titles to
when they're sucking, leeching your profits, when they they're leeching everything they can, they like, God, how can we get more money out of these people? They got people that their whole job is to figure out another fucking con to suck money out of people that are just having the blood like leeches, it covers.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Cooper talks about World War I Deutschmark or whatever, where it was deflating. The root was Deutschmark.
Inflated.
Ruple.
Inflation.
Yeah, and they couldn't buy any bread. And then
the prices were going up every day. You'd go back, and within 1 hour, it would fucking double in what it costed in the hundreds of thousands, maybe 200,000 francs. Wheelbarrows of money to buy a loaf of bread because it wasn't worth nothing in the end. And we're on that slow now, but speeding up. Everything's going up in price, in cost, except everything's going up except the wages that people are making. I mean, we're literally going through another reset.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the only way to stop it would be
their feet underneath them,
have a
and
farm.
then they got to have some fucking event that just sucks all the energy and life and money out of the room, so that whatever you saved, that lost all its values. And if you try to save in this economy, that's how they really suck the value out of you, because your $20,000 10 years ago is worth 10 now. Whoa! What happened to my money? It got sneaked out the back door.
Yeah.
Scorber, we're into the 5th or 6th industrial revolution. Same with the military. We're into the 5th or 6th military.
Every time people get their footing, and it's kind of like, oh, you almost got your footing. Your generation, families kind of stabilize. Boom, they suck all the wealth out of the room. And then it causes another mass generational thing where people struggle just to hold on, and they're not educated, and then they lose status and drop down in their position in life. And man, how many dreams have these shitheads stolen? How much karma, if you believe in karma, of these guys?
Some people say the 7th, Scorber. Yeah.
That's the thing that drives me on. If there is an afterlife, if there is karma, which I side towards, I'm not saying I can prove it, because who could prove what happens after we've shuffled off our mortal coils? But if there is karma, these guys have got a boatload of it on their backs, unless they figured out some way to get out from under it. But I'm pretty sure that's why they're having such a tough time, because they're carrying a heavy load. Nothing, they love it to be their way, but it doesn't quite get there. Getting closer every day.
That's how they get past the karma.
What's that, Danny? They tell you ahead of time to do that revelation.
They warn you ahead of time. They tell you ahead of time what they're going to do, and that absolves them of the karma. And they can't say you weren't warned. That's why everything.
Another way, in the Catholic Church, you could buy your indulgences.
Yeah, that is the theory, Danny. That's the total theory about karma. Yeah,
that's why they
tell you, like, they do predictive programming and stuff like that, because they say, look, we told you we were doing this and you guys didn't do anything about it, so
we
can't say,
yeah, totally.
Yeah, my view of things, black magicians are in control. White magicians fight them, like Lord of the Rings.
But fuck black and white magicians.
White magicians fight different than black magicians.
There's no white magicians.
It's all bullshit.
I don't know if there is or isn't.
But
I like to hope there are. But I know
magicians.
Maybe there isn't white magicians. Maybe there isn't black magicians. But there's a lot of gray ones.
Externalization of the hierarchy. Totally.
Well, there's multiple groups at play, because when you look at those people, the externalization, the hierarchy people, they call themselves the light side, and that they say that there is a dark side, and so everybody
exactly.
There's some crazy shit going on with these cults.
Well, that's because light is relative. That's because they consider what they're doing to be good, to be for the great, what's the word?
The black light.
It's the ends justify the means. It's the Hegelian dialectic. So they think that what we're doing will benefit humanity if we're gonna the Zeitgeist. That's why even like UBI and all that, and humans will be able to sit. It's like it's like it's like eugenics. Eugenics is a good thing because the worst of the worst of the people it'll only be the smarter people who are left behind. It'll benefit society.
Drag on society by getting rid of these people that aren't helping us.
It gets
And who should decide?
Hold on. It gets worse than that with the OTO because they believe that God, aka Satan, to them is the God trapped on earth in the lower form, and that when they act out their lower natures, their sex and their hunger, greed, that they are doing the work of their God, quote unquote. So like when Aleister Crowley was doing all that sick shit, and like it's like he created like a very dark system. Like I mean I don't even think he was the originator of it. I think Weishaupt was the
even before
You're
Weishaupt.
totally out to lunch, Elizabeth Russell.
Gentlemen, I always appreciate conversations with you guys. I got to work tomorrow, so I am dropping off.
Well,
But
take it easy.
I will be here Friday. I will be here Friday, and I hope you guys are here. Maybe we'll be on JJ's show Friday, though.
Everybody?
Might be
Everybody,
well, I don't know. There's been no invite, but JJ, I think Jonah was trying to force JJ into taking us on his show Friday, but I don't know. But I will be with Clint one way or another Friday.
Okay,
so I hope you guys
care,
are there.
Todd. Have a good night.
I love you guys. I love you guys. I hope everybody's doing good. I hope the audience is good, doing good. I hope chat's doing good. I hope everybody in our communities doing the best they can in these times. And
take it easy.
Yep, I love you guys. All right, everybody, peace and
have a good night.
Blessings, good blessings be with you.
See you, Todd.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, so the OTO and stuff, the whole I mean Crowley did so much dark shit. I don't even want to mention it, but like, well, so all these cults that are like doing murders and shit, like they think that God, quote unquote, is acting through them, and that their urges of evil are, quote unquote, God, aka Satan, to the real Satanists. And so, and like the Alice Bailey crowd and those ones, they believe that God had the fallen angel, and that the angel was Lucifer, fell to earth, and was Jesus. And so that they're doing a different shade of 50 Shades of Satanism.
Okay.
Satanism.
Yeah, there's quite a few different types of Satanism. I mean, well, devil worship, if you would, use the
Scorber, he was MI6, he was Agent 666. Yeah. Read the book on it.
Yeah,
well, I think it was Nasta Webster's book where she said she was either her or that New England and the Bavarian Illuminati book, but it was they were quoting Weishaupt as saying, paraphrase, the same thing as Crowley: "Do as art thou willst," and it was
do as thou wilt. Yeah.
And so, and then he also had there was another phrase that Crowley said that seemed like he took it from Weishaupt. And and I wonder if, because nobody actually knows who Cagliostro was.
Okay. I do.
Cagliostro it's like he was running the sex part of the operation in the 1700s, where he was banging all these chicks and making everybody get naked and shit. But like, and that's in the books too. It's very bizarre.
Yeah,
That was that was
book
connected to the Albert Pike Palladian Lodge conspiracy, where the Palladian Lodge members were going to France to the what the fuck was the name of that? Some kind of female lodge where it was basically like a brothel, and that it was like, but they were the first ones that started practicing this lower natures god thing where they were having sex to obtain purity, quote unquote, and that they were the precursor to Crowley's cult in a way, but they weren't going full crazy with like Crowley in the whole sense. They were just, I don't know. It's they were doing they were pulling a Ben Franklin, going to an orgy in France.
Okay. Let me disperse the Ben Franklin thing. If you've read Evelyn Lord's book on the Hellfire Club, Benjamin Franklin, he was associated with certain members of the Hellfire Club, but Benjamin Franklin himself was not a member of the club. That's been a rumor that's been promulgated, and
Yeah.
it's become a mythology. Benjamin Franklin was not a part of the Hellfire Club. I stand by that. Yeah.
Most people don't actually understand that, like the founders of this country, and they look at everything that they were doing, and they don't understand the libertinism that was going on at the time anyway. But I don't think they were evil. I don't think he was evil.
Yeah.
And even if he, like,
I'm not saying Ben Franklin's evil for.
Oh no, I'm just
getting
saying.
laid.
I mean, a lot of people like, oh, he was Hellfire Club and stuff, and it's like, even if he was, they were not out for it. These people were from a different time and a different place that we can't really comprehend because of we're not in that time and place. But people think it's like, even like, George Washington was a Freemason, and this one was a Freemason, and it's like, you guys like,
yeah, it's total bullshit because everybody back in the day was a Freemason. I mean, that was part of the culture. And George Mason or George Washington, he wrote polemics against the Bavarian Illuminati because he knew that they were fucked. And same with Benjamin Franklin. He had friends or associates that were in the Hellfire Club, but he was not a member. He was never
He
a
was
member.
part of a scientific lodge of France, the Lodge of the Nine Muses.
Holy crap!
There was.
I mean, everybody back in the day belonged to some sort of club, and it was de rigueur. You had to. It was part of the culture back then.
90% of people in the like, how many people in the 20s were Klan members? People that we don't understand. Like, everybody thinks that there's something to this, and it's like, people were part of fraternal societies. People were part of benevolent societies. People just this was socializing before we had video games and Zoom.
It's totally true today. You look at the average.
KKK were democratic socialism.
No.
An invisible empire.
Look at modern day society. How many people are part of the Shriners or the Freemasons or the Lions Club or whatever club? They're average Joes. Most of them are average Joes. They don't know what's going on in the upper hierarchy. They don't adhere to that, or I mean, think of
some of the upper hierarchies of what people demonize.
Yeah, the upper hierarchies know what's going on.
Such as when people demonize Henry Clausen, who's the Grand Master of the Scottish Rite, that it's like he was warning of a dark side, and they're calling him the dark side. And it's
well, look at John Robison. John Robison that wrote the expose about the whole shit show. I mean,
Yeah.
he was a member. He was privy to certain issues.
Yeah. Well, he admits that there was already 45 degrees in France at the time, even before he was admitted, and that he says that the Illuminati initiation consisted. Well, I don't remember if it was the Illuminati or the French Masonry, but it consisted of him him being blindfolded and told that there was a betrayer of the order, and that he said that he was handed a dagger, and then they took a goat and shaved it, and they put his hand on it and made him think it was a person, and then they told him to take the life, and that he killed the goat thinking it was a person, and that he was indoctrinated into the order. It was very
Who
very
is this?
sinister mafia type shit. I mean,
Who is this
that's
guy?
John J. Robison.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, he says it in the book. He says,
Yeah,
I mean, just
yeah.
imagine that.
Yeah.
It's like that's crazy. I mean, that's what gangs and stuff do.
And that's why he wrote the book. He tried to expose them. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if people think it's like, you know, what they don't understand is that that if you know about it, if it's something you can look up and Google and put on Wikipedia, then it's not in control of anything. You got to find, it's the stuff that you don't know about that you got, like people, you know, there's secret societies within secret societies within, and but people who are like if anybody can be a Freemason, if anybody can join a Masonic lodge by showing up to a few dinners, then it doesn't control the world. You know,
No.
there's no exclusivity in something that I can go right up the block from my house and petition any lodge, show up to a few dinners, say hi to a bunch of people, and get 3 degrees. You know, at least, and then even still, you can move your way up. You know.
Well,
There's nothing.
Yeah, the first,
well, hold
the
on. What I was
blue
getting at
law,
though is
the
that
first 3 degrees is nothing.
the
You
stuff
don't.
about
Yeah.
the stuff about the dagger and the Hashashim stuff. I think that Weishaupt's order in France was connected to the Alumbrados pirates and the Hashashim, and that because they were all known for carrying
I
daggers.
agree.
You actually just reminded me of something that there was something I wanted to send you. It was on Myth Vision podcast, and he did a thing about was Jesus related to Mithraism, and he goes through the story of Mithraism from Zoroastrianism, and he actually claims that it was that Islam was a Mithraic, was basically a Mithraic. Oh, damn, sorry, I'm tired. Conspiracy to
Myth Vision. Myth Vision is totally.
Well, that makes sense on why they would side with Rome.
No, I'm not. He wasn't. It was a guest he had on who was talking about this, and it was very fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was a guest he had on, and they were talking about how, like, because that's why all the early Islamic scholars and everything were all Persian. The Islamic science came from Persia because it was they were you know,
they
so
were
very, very
Zoroastrians. Yeah, totally.
And that's like where the assassins came from them. So and apparently, and there was something else he said about Muhammad, but I'll send it to you. But it was really fascinating, actually.
Yeah,
I had to rewatch it because I fell asleep listening to it last night. But I caught the beginning and I was like, "Holy crap!" And then I had night terrors.
Well, there's
really.
There's a thing with I think that's why I think that connects the dot with. I mean, because the Roman Empire has the Mithraism underneath the temple.
Yeah, totally.
And I think that they're running with the Islams and the Hashashim.
Yeah, that was way before Islam ever originated. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I think that. I mean, like there's some weird stuff going on with the secret societies, like the.
Secret societies predated Islam. Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, I speculate in Freemasonry, for example, that the first degree was changed, and that the original degree didn't consist of wearing someone else's clothes, and that was a symbol, according to some of the Masons, of the Roshinia, where the Roshinia High Master or whatever would stand in between two fires wearing a shirt made out of hair, some kind of goat hair or something, and that the clothes that the initiate puts on during the initiation of the first degree, so he was saying, symbolized those clothes. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was borrowed from Judaism. Yeah, totally.
Well, no, the Roshinia.
The first degree outfit is supposed to symbolize a condemned criminal. It's supposed to be somebody who's condemned or who is about to, which was interesting. Like, I consider like the whatchamacallit, oh my god, what's the word? The tie, the thing that the rope is like, I called it an umbilical noose. That's what I was calling it, because it in a sense it gives you a life, but also can take a life. But the idea is like you're blindfolded. You're kind of wearing like it's supposed to symbolize more of like someone who's about to be executed, if I'm not mistaken. I could go through all my old first degree stuff and see what it says. But
yeah, I mean, like the history of
it. Degree. Huh?
The book that I read that in was like 1800s book. So I think that like through gradualism, it's changed over time.
The original Freemasonry only had 2 degrees. The sublime degree was sublime. You could only get it after you died. Theoretically, you only were you were only a entered apprentice and then a fellow craft, and then you received the sublime degree when you passed away. That was when you become a master. It was a sublime degree. But they created the 3 physical degrees of the Blue Lodge, and everything after the Blue Lodge is what you'd call Masonic fan fiction. That's a good way to put it. But
nice.
But my friend said, get it, come to the Scottish Rite, and you'll start. It'll be a little bit more interesting. But I didn't like the whole politicalization of it. But that's a different story. I didn't like the fact that everybody became so politicized, especially around Trump and COVID and all that shit. That kind of annoyed me a lot. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, it's like it's interesting because you got to remember that I think it's the 6th or 7th degree of the York Rite is the Knights of Malta.
Yeah. Typical.
Yeah.
And did they ascend to the Knights of Malta, or what?
Well, then the 7th degree is Knights Templar.
Yeah. I think they're symbolic. I don't think you actually join the Knights of Malta.
Yeah, totally symbolic. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I speculate it has to do with. I mean, the whole rewriting of the stuff by Pike. It's like Pike. He's. I mean, a lot of people demonize him, but he seems like he was more of a student. He seemed like he was just repeating a lot of stuff that he heard, and that. But then it seemed like. Well, I mean, if the Palladian Rite is real, then it gets weird because it's like it seems very similar to like a Skull and Bones type thing where they claim that Jacques Demolay's head was in South Carolina at the Charleston. They claim that there was a bunch of crazy accusations about witch orgies and all sorts of crazy shit. That basically they considered the Palladian as like the satanic rite of Freemasonry that was brought up by Pike.
Yeah, but wasn't the skull proved to be an Indian chief at one time?
No, you're thinking of Skull and Bones. I'm talking about the Palladian Rite. There was rumors that they had stolen the skull of Jacques Desmoulins from France, and then brought it back to America, and that's strange because that there was, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that comes out of around that area, a lot of people, and that if the Palladian rite is real, that it could explain a lot of weird shit, you know. It could explain the all the branches of all these different Satanisms and all this stuff.
Well, that I think,
possibly. Yeah.
I mean, the Satanism stuff, I mean, I don't compare it. I don't think it's part of Freemasonry. People put like OTO, people who don't know, they put like the OTO and they put like, oh, okay, yeah, all right. That's because a lot of people, they'll be like, yeah, Freemasonry, OTO, and I'm like, and then they're like, Aleister Crowley was a Freemason. It's like everybody was a Freemason, dude. Anybody who was in anyone, especially it was like especially in the intelligentsia, most people who were like, involved in it. I mean, most of Bavaria was Freemasons, for crying out loud.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, most of the mystery schools concur about.
But I consider it the shallow end of the esoteric pool. That's what I consider Freemasonry. If you're going to start off into understanding like esotericism, even like whether it's philosophy or, we start off in something like Freemasonry. And then within that, I think like if someone likes you, they say, hey, come join this, but it's not within the Freemasonic degrees. It's probably something outside of it,
Yeah.
But the degrees that you're in, it's like you meet different people. I don't know. Like I said, I'm only a third degree.
A lot of the writers, when they talk about the doctrine of it, it's, to simply put it, it's like the person in the third degree who's getting raised, that the person raising him is Horus or Jesus, and that the person he's raising from the dead symbolically is Osiris or the god of the Old Testament, which they claim became Lazarus, or not became, but just think of it symbolically. And that then the secret of the word of the doctrine would simply relive through the initiates who are rebirthed in it, and so they would carry on the doctrine, and then the doctrine would perpetuate throughout time. Think of it like a meme, which is self-replicating.
I don't get it. Yeah.
Well, it's very simple. It's like if you wanted a story to pass on through time, to move through time, and you knew you couldn't write it in books. You knew that you couldn't, that all the books would burn, anything carved in gold or any precious metal would be melted, anything carved in stone would eventually decay.
Were they consciously aware of this?
Hold on. So to carry on the doctrine in a way which was not books or stone or metal was to have the doctrine stay alive through the initiate, who is redoing the story.
Well, that's why stuff was memorized. That's why Freemasonry, a big part of it is memorization, because the idea is that's how most things were transmitted for most of history, was through memorization and then transmission orally. And then because if you couldn't write, there wasn't paper to write stuff down, and most people couldn't write, so you just transmitted orally.
You're defaulting to Lull's, Lull's idea of.
Well, he's just explaining what it is. He's not trying to default or anything. Well, I mean, it's like.
I don't agree.
They had to create it because
I think it was transmitted physically as well as orally.
Well, it's just like the Irish. The Irish could not write stuff down because it would be destroyed by Rome, and so the elf stories. No,
have you read the book How the Irish?
I've had a pure Irish person tell me, what's her name? She was really drunk, and she was telling me all the elf and fairy stories that her grandfather told her. That was the Irish passed down tradition, and I was thoroughly impressed. But like that the original masonry was simply to pass on a story, and that the it wasn't really. It's like
I get it. I get it.
yeah. So it wasn't like it wasn't made for evil or anything, and that it was all about the Bible and stuff. I mean, really, I mean, when you read the books, it's like, I mean, that's a long subject.
You've read Lang's various fairy tales, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
No, I haven't read that.
Okay.
I mean, like, I mean, think of it like a machine, but it's not built out of metal or anything. They showed a metaphor of this in the movie Icebreaker or Ice Piercer or something. It was like a train that was going around the world, and it was
Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer.
Yeah, and at the end you found out that somebody was like in the train moving something manually, and but like consider a whole machine made out of people, and it's only made out of words, and that it's a system, and that it moves through time. That's its only purpose, to move through time and preserve the esoteric knowledge, basically. I mean,
somebody needs to do a deep dive on that movie Snowpiercer. I mean, that was a weird movie that nobody understood.
Well, I mean, it was about like the double-headed eagle, one black, one good, one white, one black. That's why I was reading that one book the other night. It was talking about how the double sides of quote unquote magic. It's very interesting. I mean, they consider hypnosis as like part of dark black magic, and that it's interesting because it's like if somebody's in hypnosis and they're this is where I got in a weird spot. This is why I've paused the research for a minute, because it's like I was reading about Swedenborg and hypnotism and mesmerism and anal magnetism, and then it's like he's like literally saying that through some sort of initiation that he had obtained the ability to see ghosts and shit, and that they were constantly just like lying to him, trying to get his attention, and that it was a very bizarre reading. It was like, what is he? Is it because it wasn't surrealism and it wasn't symbolic in any way. It was very bizarre, and so that's what I think that in the book by what's his name, New England and the Bavarian Illuminati, when he says that the Illuminati are going into frantic states of fanaticism, that they're
that book.
well, that it was more than that, that they were somehow magnetizing people or something, and that they were making it so people could see ghosts. And I don't know if it was real or that's what I was getting at with you put a person in hypnosis and then you start asking them about their past lives, and it's like, are they really talking about their past life, or are they channeling a ghost that's lying and saying it's the person?
Totally.
There's a warning.
Have you read Gary Lockman's book on Swedenborg? Gary Lockman was a member of Blondie, the band Blondie.
The group?
He's written numerous books on esoterica. You got to check him out.
There's a warning in Kabbalah about taking a black cat and the afterbirth of a black cat, drawing it out, grinding it up, and putting it over your eyes. Because Because supposedly, if you do that, you're going to open your eyes and you're going to see all the demons around you. And it's a warning not to do it because you're not going to come out of it. And supposedly, you'll be able to see all the demons floating around. And it's a warning not to do it.
There was this one that said, don't read it until after you're 42 years old.
What?
Wow.
It was about, well, it was about Kabbalah stuff about death and the afterlife, and it was very interesting because it was like it didn't want someone to know about the afterlife until they were of a certain age, which I read it like 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, you're not supposed to start studying it until you're 40, but I mean, you can go to the center down the block and study it, but it's secular, just secular Kabbalah, like where Madonna goes.
Well, that's interesting because I thought it was in the book. It was 42, which had to do with I'm pretty sure it had to do with the ancient Egypt 42 lesser confessions, which were Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
It's like when you read them, they're all on par with. It's like stuff that don't do this, don't steal, blah blah.
No, it's universal. It's usually a lot of this stuff is universal anyway. It's not limited to one, because obviously anybody could do any of this. So.
Some of the writers think that it came from ancient Egypt, not Babylon, and that it's interesting because the other writers say that the Egypt part of its culture came from the Mayan, and that it's really interesting because there's I've got a thesis that somebody wrote about how this Egyptian star map was using a dot system that was parallel to the Mayan knot system on the ropes for the numbers. And
but that all comes from Babylon. Totally.
Well, then the dude, no, the dude, it's interesting because it's got weird star map shit in it, and then there was a phrase in Mayan. It was what was it? Ox, goad, hook, nail, or some shit. And that
you've read the Popple Vuh.
Well, hold on. Those are all in Hebrew. Those letters, ox, something, nail, and hook. Those are all words that represent letters in Hebrew.
Yeah.
All the letters are words, pretty much.
Yeah, I got it somewhere. I don't know where I'd have to. I'll dig up the document sometime, but
you need to read the Popple Vuh. Yeah.
What's interesting, because there's the crucifixion scene in the Mayan with the spear in the side. Oh yeah, I'll see if I can bring it up. I think it's interesting because I think if there was a Jesus, he lived in.
Why did they rip the hearts out of their sacrifices and offer it to the sun god?
Because blood is life force. Probably has something to do with that. Because blood is life force, and the heart, I think, was considered like in ancient times. I think the heart was considered like the center of the center of the body, or like the most, because it was like how your life force, it was like center of your life force. So, if I'm not mistaken, it has something to do with that. Because blood was considered the life force of a person. So if you technically, I think if you'd offered it to the god, if you offered it, then you're basically offering that would be like the word I'm looking for. That would be like a human sacrifice, like how you complete a human sacrifice. It wasn't just about about giving their life force to the god.
So Danny, would that be analogous to the sacrifice to Moloch?
Yeah, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm just throwing it. That's just my conjecture. I could be wrong, but That's what I think the reason why they offered blood, why like blood was offered, was because blood is life force. And that's like where the heart, I think that where they think the heart is where the soul resided, maybe.
Yeah,
because,
initially. Yeah, initially.
Yeah. In ancient cultures. So that's why it made, that's why they did it.
Well, they were practicing black magic. They were, some of them that, it's like, I think that some of them left because I think some of the Mayans left. I think that's why they went to Egypt, because it's like there's plagues.
They
The
went to
rulers were,
Egypt? They went to Egypt?
well, this
How?
is the motive on why they went to Egypt if there wasn't a flood from a giant meteor. But like, so
I think the Mayans
hold on.
were after the flood.
Well,
Totally.
that they were basically, though, that the civilization had corrupted into insanity. The leaders were practicing black magic and anthro what is it called, anthro something, they were divinating by organs, and so they left, created new laws and systems to keep from civilization collapsing into any such thing. Then they were enslaved by the Egyptians, and then they went to Israel, and then basically that seems to be like the precursor of the New Testament, from my understanding archaeologically. There's that the story is from the Yucatan.
So do you believe in Atlantis or what?
Well,
I mean,
well, the one of the writers was saying that there was cities in Mayan that were the same names as the cities in Babylon and stuff, and it was, I
Yeah,
don't know, it
totally.
seemed weird.
Totally.
Well, I mean, I think that there was, I
So
think that
how do you think that relates to the Tower of Babel incident?
well, I mean, like, well, I don't know if the Tower of Babel story is totally symbolic or not.
Yeah, no, it's totally true,
Well, I mean,
according to the
yeah,
Bible.
bricks. Where's it? I mean, well, I mean, I think Simcha Jacovici, he argued. I think he does think the
Do you
Tower of
believe in diffusionism?
Well, we've discussed this before. I think that there was multiple different types of humans all over the world, and that there may have been culture that diffused.
How did the multiple types of humans across the world, how did they develop? I mean, where did they come from?
Well, it's like when a black cat mates with like a calico cat, and then like somehow an orange striped cat comes out, and it's like, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but I guess that's what humans have all these fucking recessive genes, where like if they did a study and only certain people got together, and that those people had certain recessive genes which would never be a dominant gene if
Oh,
those people had gotten together, and
okay.
they would have a kid, and that their kid would be different. There could be phenotypes of humans that nobody's ever seen. I mean, like, literally. I mean,
Okay. Okay.
it's interesting.
I'll grant you that.
I mean, like I mean, that's where it's also interesting, because it's like,
How do
if
you
we well, if we
explain ziggurats all across the well,
hold on though.
what will we
Well,
call
I
it?
was gonna get on to a different subject. If we,
The equilateral
well,
whatever.
imagine you wanted to have like a perfect diet of food, but you didn't know. But then you looked upon what your ancestors ate, based on the genetics, and then you based your meals on what they ate, possibly to cure. This is how it worked with an Aborigine in Australia, where he was eating the Australian food, and he was suffering from like all these illnesses, and then he just quit eating it, and fucking he started eating the Aboriginal food again, and then all his illnesses went away. And so, if we were to
Okay,
eat what our genes
granted
ate in
it.
the past, then we could
Granted.
possibly have healthier lifestyles. And everybody's
Granted.
food habits would be different, of course. You know,
Granted. Granted.
Because talking about like like Alaskan natives, they're eating seals and stuff half the time.
Yeah, granted. Totally granted. I grant you that.
Well, well, thank you.
Damn, I just went on Twitter for the first time in a minute, and I just realized I got shared by you guys. I'm sorry to change it, but do you know Actual Justice Warrior? He's like a conservative New York social commentator. Sean Fitzgerald.
Go on.
I made a post about how like they screwed up a big thoroughfare, Lexington Avenue in New York City, and I don't know how it got as big as it did, but it got so big, it went so viral that he just shared it, and I'm like, whoa, I'm actually a little starstruck.
Hell yeah, badass.
What happened? What happened?
I took a picture. I took a picture of like how they screwed up Lexington Avenue by making it 2 lanes, basically by cutting off one of the lanes with stupid flower pots that make no sense, and like basically creating congestion and traffic from it. And this one little picture with the one little blurb that I wrote just went like viral and just spiraled out. And this guy, Sean, Actual Justice Warrior, if you look him up he's on YouTube, Sean Fitzgerald, he just shared it. And I was like, wait, did I just, and it took me a second. That's why I was looking at it for, I'm like, wait a second, did this guy just share my post? And yeah, sure enough, he did. It's got like thousands and thousands and thousands of views. And I literally didn't even, I just took a picture I just like clicked, like I wasn't expecting anything, but wow. Sorry, I just got starstruck. So,
yeah,
I mean, he hasn't commented on my situation, but still.
Good for you, bro. I was thinking of another aspect of that, and I totally forgot about it.
Sorry.
Because of your conversation.
Trace your thought back.
Sorry.
I'm pretty stoned. These Timberlands are making my feet sweat like crazy.
Feet sweat. Wow.
I mean, they're like pure fucking. They're real leather.
That's why.
I'm barefoot. I'm barefoot because
usually I'm barefoot, but
I can't stand the heat. Yeah.
Me neither.
Somebody was hating me on Twitter. I checked my Twitter. They said it was hate and blocked me. It's like,
what were they hating you on?
Just about me being anti-vaccine.
Fuck.
That's what they do. They just block you. Like, oh, I'm gonna say all this harsh shit and just block you. I invited them on the podcast, so. Yeah.
You know my position. Yeah.
Oh, we still gotta convert you on believing that Paul was a bad guy.
No, Paul wasn't a bad guy.
He was preaching mutated doctrine, which was his
bullshit.
Well, I mean, that's an argument for another day.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, man, this fucking roach joint tastes halfway decent. Yeah, but you see in the picture there, the spear on the side.
Yeah, it looks pretty gruesome.
Well, yeah,
I was going to ask you if you believed in diffusionism.
Well, I mean, culturally it happens, but I think that there's when you look at people's heart rate, beat rates, and DNA and stuff, like.
Okay, Clint. Grant that the Tower of Babel incident happened. Do you think that everything would be diffused all over the world?
Well, I mean, according to the Noah story, though, that there was parts of the story where it said that there were survivors of the flood. that weren't Noah's
No,
family.
I'm not talking about the flood. I'm talking about
Then
the
the
Tower of
diffusionism
Babel.
would. He's talking about spreading from one spot, but it couldn't have all spread from one spot because
Why not?
if
Why
you
not?
were to take the Bible literally, the Moses or the Noah thing, it says in the book that there
No,
was
not the Noah
survivors.
thing. I'm
Well, no,
talking about the
that
Tower
matters
of
because.
Babel.
Well, hold on, no, that
The
matters
Tower of
because
Babel.
if the if well, wait, Tower of Babel was before Noah, wasn't it?
After.
Oh well, no. Then my argument is relevant because if Noah's ark and the people on it had disseminated, but there was still survivors, which I forget who points it out. The I think somebody pointed out in a Bible lecture, but like that it was very interesting because they're talking about other people and that there'd be different people than what was just Noah's family. Thus, there'd be
Where's that in the Bible? There's nowhere in the Bible.
Well, I
No.
mean, I'd have to like take an hour or something to look it up, and
No, there's nowhere in the Torah. Nothing about that.
Well, I can't remember if it was in the
I
Hebrew
think they say one of the
translation.
giants survived. Like one of the pre-flood giants did survive. But that's I don't know.
Yeah, that's a different topic, but I mean, yeah, I agree.
Well, I mean, that's even interesting because it's like the I mean that whole.
But
If
I mean, there was Noah and his family. They dispersed across allegedly the Middle East, and they had coalesced into one civilization around the Tower of Babel, and Nimrod and his family, blah blah blah, and they tried to build a tower to heaven, and
yeah, but
and it
is there
got to.
any? Well, I mean, is there any
No, I'm just
archaeological
going
evidence
by
of the
the
tower actually
story.
existing?
I'm just going by the story that the Bible tells us, and
Yeah, I
they
know.
dispersed. Wouldn't that make sense that they built ziggurats and towers all over the equatorial region, like in Maya, in Cambodia, different places? They built these ziggurats. I mean, why wouldn't they? Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was the oldest stonework with is all of the world cultures seem to say that it's not done by them, and that this is
Yeah,
what the old Mason stuff is about with the great builders.
I dispute the recorded history. I dispute
But the old
the
stonework shows where you can see
yeah,
anywhere
blah
from
blah blah,
Maya to Egypt to
blah blah
anywhere.
blah.
Hold on, that there was stonework that was far inferior built on top of stonework that was far superior, and that the superior stonework was built in a way in which it was earthquake proof because it wasn't perfect squares on purpose, so that each piece was locked into place by simply weight, and that so
Yeah,
whoever built those was like they were building them to withstand earthquakes, and
yeah, yeah. I don't doubt that. I accept that. But I also have an alternate theory that the pyramids were constructed before the flood.
yeah, I would possibly say.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the what was it, that verse that says, "For in Egypt there are great signs and wonders of God," and
Yeah.
that
Have you ever heard of
they
Mitzrayim?
said it was talking about the
Mitzrayim.
pyramids.
The
Mizraim.
what does the word Mitzrayim mean? If you
Hat lighter.
if you deconstruct Mitzrayim, he means the dam builder. He dammed the Nile. Blah blah blah. Yeah,
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
Anyways,
but there was Osiris.
oh fuck it, Cyrus.
Well, I mean, it's all just symbolism.
Yeah, those were later inventions. Totally. Totally.
I mean, it's interesting because they've all got the widow's son story. Even the
Oh,
Bible with
fuck off. Fuck
Lazarus.
off.
What was the name of? Remember who Lazarus was? Who was his sisters?
Yeah, Martha and what was their other name? They were
Martha,
friends.
Mary, and Martha.
Yeah, Miriam and Martha. They were friends of Jesus. Yeah.
Well, so I mean that's the Egyptians would have been like a distorted version, which
What's that got
Martha,
to do with the Egyptians?
well, Isis and Nephthys.
Oh, frick.
Yeah, and
That's
that.
that's conflate.
Well,
That's
then it even has to do
conflation.
with the.
That's total conflation.
No, I'm talking about what the secret societies believe.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a
Secrets.
rep. I'm a
You
non-legal representative of.
realize the secret societies are ultimately engaged in eisegesis, not exegesis.
Well,
They
I'm
they
not sure what
they, they
eisegesis means.
project onto the past what they believe currently. So they're projecting onto the past some of their beliefs, and they're not exegesing it properly. Yeah,
Yeah, but the people that are only one religion. I'm not saying I got any religion. Or I believe in a God and stuff, but like
I
the pe-
know, I know, I
the
know.
people that got one religion, it seems like they might investigate one or two other religions or something, typically to
Why?
try to
Wh-
demonize it or something. But
Why would they bother?
well,
Why
so
would they bother?
when you analyze all the religions, because that's what I've been doing for a long time, and it's like you see all these symbols, and like in the old symbol, one of the older symbol of the cross with the circle was not the sun, it was Earth. And it's interesting because he's got a weighted down
So,
necklace
so you say.
of the Earth. Well, I
So
mean,
you say.
that has
That's
to do with esoteric stuff.
That's eisegesis.
Well, I mean, that has to do with the esoteric stuff of Jesus going into the Earth for the
Yeah.
3 days or whatever.
That's eisegesis. You're not doing exegesis.
Well, you still gotta define the words because I don't know what eisegesis.
Eisegesis is reading into the text what your preconceived notions are.
Yeah, but when you do,
Exegesis,
no, hold on though. When you do comparative
exegesis,
analysis, hold on though.
exegesis
When
is revealing what the
hold on
text
though.
is actually saying.
It's just like when you look at astronomy. You can look at astronomy in any country, any ancient culture, and you'll find almost every star will have almost the same meaning in all the different languages. And then when you do a comparative religious analysis of all these religions, you find
Okay,
repeating stories.
and what do you call that? Eisegesis or exegesis?
Well, I would say that it's
Eisegesis.
comparing
Yeah.
it and finding
Yeah.
things that are parallel, which this has to do with Freemasonry and the
You're applying your
esoteric.
preconceived
Well, hold on, no, no, let me
paradigm
finish. The
onto the text.
it's like
You're not
hold on,
explicating the
let me
text.
explain. Imagine you. Let's just take the stories Martha, Mary, and Isis and Nephthys. You find three similarities in each, and then more similarities build, and then before you
Martha,
know it,
Mara, and who? Martha, Mara,
Martha
and
and
who?
Mary and Isis and Nephthys, and that you
Isis
find.
and Nephthys. Where did you get these people from?
Well, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
not in scripture.
I'm
Like
talking about the mystery
you're,
schools and the comparative
yeah,
religious
you're
understanding.
talking about the mystery schools, and the mystery schools apply eisegesis. They totally
Well,
do it.
well, no, I'm saying exactly what uh, you don't understand. It's like imagine you were to see a story and you see the same story over and over in every culture with different symbols, and that the story always tells the most sacred story.
And does that make that true?
Well, you don't understand is that each religion has pieces of the story, the bigger story, and that the people are not understanding this who are participants in the regular religions. They don't understand that there's a way bigger story and that it's very advanced and that that these people are like.
I'll grant you that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's definitely some weird coincidences that's. I mean, like the what were we getting at like a minute ago?
I don't know. I lost you guys a little.
Well, so like consider the 3 points in a story where there's 3 corroborating pieces, such as a spear to the side, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And
the spirit of the what?
A spear to the side.
Spirit to the side. What does
being
that
crucified,
mean?
that could be 1 or 2. But like, and then you take other elements of the story, and you find that they are parallel with the figures and what happened, and
so are you taking the text at face value, or are you reading back into the text with other elements that you've found from some other sources?
Well, the Arcana of Freemasonry discusses how the story seemed to have originated from the Maya, and that
the Maya,
that it clashed. The story clashed with the Babylonian myths that were Sumerian and Chaldean and
so you're elevating the Chaldonian and the Babylonian mythologies above and beyond, and so they dictate how you should interpret Christian scripture.
No, I'm saying that the Mayans wrote the Christian
scripture.
You are. They wrote the Old Testament. That it was handed down, and that the the writers, it's the only way to explain all the mathematics. I mean,
there's no mathematics involved.
Well, no, there's a lot of mathematics in the Old Testament, in the Hebrew books. I mean, you may deny that Kabbalah is ancient, but Gematria is definitely ancient. It was practiced.
Seriously?
Yeah, there's evidence of it being practiced by
a lot of cultures used it. I mean, a lot of cultures used it. I mean, Gematria exists in Greek also. There's Greek Gematria too. There's Arabic Gematria. Alphanumeric. I think Latin is also. Yeah, I think Latin also. Because the numbers and letters were interchangeable, so they were alphanumeric. So
you know where I think that originated? In Babylon. During the Babylonian.
But the Mayans had extreme. They had extreme culture going on. I mean, they were already to the culture point of memes, where they were speaking in meme languages as opposed to the more ancient language, which
you see.
Serious?
Well,
you see it in the Codex. Yeah, because that's why there's such a hard time in them deciphering the stuff that's left from the Mayans and stuff, because
I mean that's our cope mechanism, I think, in place. Totally.
Well, I mean, like one of the writers that translated the Aztec stuff, he was well, I mean, he was a high adept of the mysteries, and that
that's his fault right away.
Yeah, but you don't understand. You're demonizing the mysteries, but you don't understand.
No, I'm not demonizing. I'm saying he's got a preconceived notion. He's got predilectivities, so he's going to look at it in a certain way.
Many of these writers who you say have preconceived notions, such as, say, Churchward, for example, with Arcana of Freemasonry, he goes completely against all of the Masonic doctrine. He says the Eastern Star was a profaning of the star Polaris, and that
Yeah, well,
he
good
says,
for him. Good
well,
for him. And I agree with him. Yeah.
well, he says there was like an advanced rhetoric going on where it was like that there was a temple in the Yucatan which had the same dimensions as Solomon's temple and all this stuff, and that
What? What?
well, there's more though. That the temple was a symbolic representation of the universe. The two pillars were the pillar on the left, I think, was
So, have
the
you
symbol
ever
of
heard of?
Polaris in
Yeah.
the North Pole, and that
Have you ever heard of the concept "as above, so below"?
well, that's kind of what this is about.
I
It's
mean, I mean, it's
well,
Francis.
they were
Francis,
practicing.
what's his name's book? Totally.
Well,
Yeah.
think about the story that we told you about passing along stuff with words in Freemasonry. Like they were practicing something that was a machine that was replicating the universe, and that they were showing it was a star map, an advanced star map, and that there was cycles, and that the cyclical star maps show that when Earth moves in certain parts of the universe, that there was destructions, meteors and stuff, and that or earthquakes and fucking. Well, they say that the stuff about the warnings of the Bible and stuff, Revelations was some sort of passed down thing, which was some sort of warning of Earth hitting the asteroid belt or some shit.
No, brother.
And that no, this is well, it's interesting because it's like, what if, I mean, they were all astronomers and stuff, and like they knew
No, they
stuff was
weren't
going
all
on.
astronomers. John the prophet.
Oh, I think his phone died. Am I
I just
still
heard
here?
a buzz. Who, me?
Yeah, I think Harry's phone died. It made a noise.
Yeah, I just heard a buzz, and then it just
Yeah, I mean, because you had to like
froze. Yeah. What's up?
navigate with the stars to travel through the desert. The stars were common knowledge to ancient people. Where
Well,
to
that's how they
travel.
told time. That's also how
Yeah,
they told time. That's how they told ages. That's when they knew when festivals were. I mean, that's the calendar was the sky. That's why you followed the moon cycles, you followed the sun cycles, you followed where that's what the swastika is. I mean, it's just I think it's the Big Dipper, if I'm not mistaken, the pattern
yeah,
that it goes in.
just a small piece of a star map.
Yeah. It was the difference is that there is like in in that's what like the akum in Jewish oral law and Talmudic Judaism, the akum, it's like it's an acronym for the people who worshipped the stars, the constellations and the stars. But there was a difference between like people who actually worshipped,
In
stars
science.
and stuff. Yeah, and then people who just used it for the purpose of like following, like people who worship the sun versus following the sun cycle.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the difference between astronomy and astrology.
that's a pretty absolutely. Because you use this, like, you'd gotta know how to use, back then that's literally how they told time.
Yeah, it's like the systems get profaned, and then
Right.
initiates can recognize the system or what's left of it, and that the profane system, in some parts it'll be accurate, but in others it'll be distorted with some sort of, perversion or misunderstanding of the whole thing, like the astronomy and astrology.
Yeah. Being it, yeah. Well, that's why. I mean, we have our calendars based on moon cycles and and it's like it's all,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Mayans had the moon cycle calendar as well.
Yeah, Islam has a strictly lunar calendar. That's why I think that's why like Ramadan randomly falls in the summer and in the winter and spring,
Yeah.
But that's why it is the way it is. But and then there's like the Jewish calendar is a solar lunar calendar, because some things have to be at certain times. It's a whole lot. It's complicated, but I think it's like a 19-month calendar.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting because if they did build the pyramids, then they built them with the number that was counting the leap year day, and so they knew that there was the 23 hour something discrepancy, 23 hours and 15 minutes, I think it is.
You got to get that book I showed you if you could still find it. The Hiram Key, because it's exactly what you talk about. It's how like the Hiramic legend, and how it was described in other cultures, and but in other, so.
I think I got the digital copy.
Yeah,
I've been
I read it a
studying
long time ago. Reread it.
Studying the Hiram Biff lore for quite some time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like damn, I don't remember that one thing about the there was a connection with the word there was a connection with the word laser in Hebrew and the word Lazarus, and that the ancient Aramaic word was Nazir or Azir, which meant prince, and then the other word meant peace, the Prince of Peace, and they say that's where the term Nazareth came from. Was from that they named the city or something after the Prince of Peace or something, and that is some sort of the symbology was really interesting. It was you always wonder, is it the chicken before the egg scenario?
Yeah.
Was the city there before or was it after? You know what I mean?
I'll find it for you. There is a description of how the word got used elsewhere, and I'll find it for you and I'll send it to you, because it has a couple of examples, and like the Lord, like the King of Robbers of Palmyra was called Natsrit, and that's obviously pre-Christian.
Yeah. Harry's in the background. You gotta hook up your microphone or something, Harry. You might want to reload the page. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing about it's like they were saying that Jesus was the widow's son, and that it was the allegory, and that it seems like it's the widow's son allegory was spread very far around the world, various forms and whatnot. Man, this roach joint's heavy. Yeah. Yeah, like even a beeve was. I don't remember what that meant in Aramaic, but Hiram was pyramid or fire or something, and the Aramaic would call the chief cornerstone of the pyramid Hiram, the stone that was no longer there, the stone the builders refused. Which is like so they refused the word, they refused the stone, and that they made the replacement for the word, which was in the Osiris lore the the lost key of Osiris, the generative force. And so then they continued on with a replacement word, but then the real word was lost in the lost in time. I mean, it's interesting. It's like the I mean, basically, it seems like the story went to the New Testament, the lost word, and that the people always go to the what's his name, the fucking he wrote a book called The Lost Word, but it's not very good and accurate. But like, but like the what was I getting at? It's like the story is. I mean, according to the superstitious view of the story, it's like the lost word is the secret word, which is magic and that can make magic, and that they say that Jesus during the miracles, if he was a real person, used the secret word to perform the miracle, used the secret word of God, and that the I don't know if it's all just symbolism. So I mean, Occam's razor would say it's most likely just symbolism. The for knowledge. I mean, because it's like, what's mankind's most powerful tool? Well, not really tool, but mankind adapts.
Yeah.
And that the power of adaptation is how mankind has thrived throughout, the world. I think you got your audio on or something, Harry. Did you upgrade your camera or something? Yeah,
Where do
it might be your computer or something. I'm not sure what's ho ho.
Yeah. That sounded funny in the background.
Yeah, so like
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's I don't think I don't think your headphones are plugged in. There's something's you got something going on in the background. Yeah, figure it out. Yeah, yeah. So HRM, what was I getting at? The lost. Yeah, so the word was lost. The word was eaten by the fish, and then people started having the symbols of the fish, and that. But instead of the word Pisces in Hebrew, it didn't say Pisces because two of the letters were upside down, and then it said the two letters that were upside down were JC, which was wait, was it? No. Yeah. No, it was J something. It was symbol of Jesus, but like it's interesting because Simcha Jacovici in the Naked Archaeology TV show, he shows that they were concealing it from the Romans, and so they had to conceal it, and the motive of the concealing of the doctrine was to hide it from outsiders, and that the lore was it was made highly symbolical because they. Well, I'm gonna mute him for a second. Well, for some reason his thing quit working. it was highly symbolical. The I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, because because there's no physical records of certain stuff. Like I don't recall seeing any records of the miracles or anything, and that it's like it was a profound. It's still a profound story as symbolic, but people don't like. You know what I mean? They don't like to hear that it's a symbolic story. Yeah, like the initiates. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, well, or just that it's hard to say. I mean, it's like it depends on. There's a lot of factors. I would to look at it from a purely skeptical point of view. You know what I mean? Like there's. There's wisdom that's obviously there, but like, or I don't know. It becomes weird because it's like Simcha Jacovici made it weird with his naked archaeology show because it was one of his documentaries and it was like the tomb of Jesus and it's like it's very interesting because it's like if that was the tomb, why wasn't it made like huge news? You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that it wasn't the tomb, but it's like
like the tomb that they found.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it
I
was
don't believe it. I don't believe
well,
it.
I think he was going on about. I think he was claiming that Jesus had kids or some shit or something
Well,
like
that's
that.
they claim. There's a claim that there's like a French Gnostic claim that he went to some part of northwestern France or something. He escaped, went there, and married Mary Magdalene, and had kids. And then in Islam they say he was switched off on the cross, and he was and that he lived out his life. But yeah, it depends. Like there are many different. But I did hear there was a thing about him going to like France, like northwestern France or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it's like if there was a bloodline, and if it was the Merovingians, the Fleur de Lis, which the Fleur de Lis goes back quite far, but like that the I mean, it seems like it would explain why. I mean, if Cooper's right and well, I don't know, it's very bizarre where it's like there could have been possible more motive in the World War II for the Holocaust than simply what they say in the books, and that motive possibly being that because the Nazis claimed they were the Teutonic Knights, and that they claimed to be Templars, and that I'm not saying that they were the real Templars, because there's all sorts of groups claiming to be Templars, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are. But that they were their whole. Well, I don't know. It's just very bizarre. It's like, I remember if they were, if they what Cooper was saying, if they were Teutonic Knights, and they were part of some sort of division of Templars on the dark side, that they then were seeking revenge against all the bloodlines of France that were the royal families and stuff, possibly. I don't know. It makes you wonder because they were obsessed with genealogy, but not just their own. And so it was like, were some of the people, for example, like in the Warsaw Ghetto, possibly related to French dynastic royal bloodlines,
Not in the Warsaw Ghetto.
What's that?
Not in the Warsaw Ghetto.
Well, I mean, perhaps related to the mirror, if there was like a true line of Jesus, quote unquote. I mean, this is speculation, but
see how it relates to Vici.
Yeah, like I
to
was
eat
doing
your
some
friends.
I was doing some research to just to have metaphorical, just to okay, so just to shut up all the people that deny the Holocaust. Okay, so I was doing the research with Grok and stuff, asking
Mm.
about how many fillings were melted, how many tooth fillings, and it said 6 tons, and that 6 tons averaging out to like 2 to 5 fillings per person would be over 3 million, and that and then you got to take into effect that not everybody's going to have gold tooth fillings, and thus 3 million
Yeah.
could easily become 6 million, because if the older people all had tooth fillings but the younger people didn't, and depending on the ratio of young to old, just another because I see it all the time on Twitter. It's like, man, it's like, I don't know, fucking, like they were arguing about the numbers on the arm, but it's like the numbers also have a letter, and that it doesn't have to go up a certain number of digits, because that each letter represents a certain amount of numbers, and so therefore there could have that's it's like, I don't know, it's just crazy, because it's like the
Man, I'm sorry. I'm passing
oh yeah,
out here. I'm
you
pretty
can pass
tired.
out.
Yeah, I wanted to try to stay until 3 o'clock, but I've been up since 5:30 this morning, and so
No, that's
yeah,
good.
I'm kind of calling a night. But thanks for the invite. If you're around tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be off Friday, and I'll get to sleep in a little bit tomorrow, so I'll be a little bit more awake, and
Oh yeah,
I'll be a little more convivial.
oh yeah.
But well, I guess Harry didn't come back. Well, good night, Harry and Clint. Always a pleasure. I'll see you guys. I'll see you soon.
All right, peace out.
All right, peace.
Yeah, so what I think was happening, it's all part of what Cooper was talking about, the Illuminati's plan to destroy all religions but save their own, because the Odic force of Reichenbach was the same as they changed it, altered it a little bit, but it was like the Nazis are practicing the same Odic force of Baron von Reichenbach, and he simply reiterated the animal magnetism and hypnotism of Mesmer, and that because Mesmer was using both animal hypnotism as animal magnetism as one, and that after him it seemed like the people divided it somewhat, but like, I mean, there was divisions in the groups, but like that it seemed like they were using some kind of old parlor trick to uh, create collectivism, is what they were doing. It's like magic. It's like, but it's not really magic. It's some sort of this animal magnetism trick where the people all start thinking. It's this whole group think bullshit. It's like, I don't even know if the people experience the group think when they're in it, or if it's just simply them, a way to cover up that they're in hypnosis for themselves, and that and it's like, when these people are claiming that they're fucking having out of body experiences and shit in the secret societies such as the Illuminati, uh subfactions like the OTO and all this stuff, like are they really seeing anything, or are they simply seeing what they're hypnotized to see? And then it becomes another layer where, are they, while they're hypnotized into seeing what they are hypnotized to see, what is their actual body doing? Taking this picture doesn't need to be on the screen, but the Why did my chair get moved so much? But so that brings the question about people in these cults and shit, people that are connected to all sorts of vicious crimes. Were they under hypnosis? Were they a member of secret societies that were practicing criminal acts, conspiracy? See, if you turn everything into a question, you can say whatever you want. Because I'm not making allegations, I'm simply questioning. But so, some lawyer in the audience is laughing right now. Wait, what's that say after theory, masonry? Wait, what theory after masonry? Well, that's the thing about Pike's doctrine and the Illuminati's doctrine. The Illuminism, the group mind, the balance, the equilibrium, the think of it like orchestra conductors. They've got their little stick, you know, they're fucking you know, fucking they conduct the orchestra, and the orchestra does not consist of people playing instruments. It consists of people who are tools of the orchestrators, and that fucking this what they're doing is they admitted it in that quote from, well, at least the Alice Bailey quote from chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry, where I don't remember what book they were quoting her from, but it said the page number and stuff. But like they were saying that that Alice Bailey was claiming that Dajwal Kul directs the ideology of the masses per se, the people who are indoctrinated into the hypnosis, and that the if that's what it is, I mean, based on my 50 million screenshots of books with hypnosis and secret societies and all this shit, I would say definitely that that's what it is. And that the people are, you know, I mean, I think that's what like say the Vacaville experiments and all of Jolene West work. What if he was a good guy? And say that they couldn't figure out how to dismantle the brainwashing that these cults are using. You know, and they I'm not gonna get into that whole scene, but like the these cults are using ancient initiation rites, which permanently imprint ideas onto people while they're in a post-traumatic state, and that these post-traumatic states can extend for long periods of time through the doctrine of the group, of the secret society, through the many initiations, through the I mean, think about if someone's belief was a fuel, that fuel was to be transmutated into something else, and that when that person's belief is on the line through the the journey of trying to understand the doctrine, that they are in a post-traumatic state. and that so it's very simple. When a person is in a post-traumatic state, they can be easily imprinted anything. That somebody could be like, say somebody was like, I don't know, say fucking they fell off their bicycle or something, and that they hit the ground, and then somebody walks up to them when they wake up, and you're like, and they're like, you just got dropped off by aliens from a spaceship. I mean, that's, to be the most blunt, the most, that's what it. and so then the person is like in a daze. They get up from their bicycle accident. They're like, "Oh, aliens!" we don't know how these people come to these beliefs and conclusions and stuff. We don't know if the secret societies were running some kind of psyop against our country, and the people who were alien abduction phenomenon victims were, members of secret societies that were trying to pull some kind of low tech operation. I mean, that's what I see is going on with these secret societies. They're pulling a low tech operation, and that these the Grand Orient Lodge, all these different things, the OTO. Well, I mean, that just throw names everywhere, but see, it's like when you know about Russia, and you know that these Russians are always really cheap. They're always doing stuff real cheap. They send someone to space, they use a pencil. The fucking our people go to space, they're using fucking some kind of crazy pressurized ink pen. And fucking and the Russian technology, whatever intelligentsia that was left in Russia before Rockefeller or whoever took it over, fucking that they would have still maintained something separately compared to the compartmentalized Russian government apparatus, and that. But so these secret societies, these are all uh, low tech fucking. I mean, they come from medieval times and shit. They come from before then. They supposedly come from ancient. I mean, you see the pyramid builders. If you were to have a good crew of construction workers, say, and that you didn't want any of your workers to share the secrets of their trade with anyone else, that there would be high stipulations in regards to the concealment of the trade. And so that these ancient pyramid builders, for example, they're not going to go around telling people how they built it, because whoever was the foreman of the job, who was working for the contractor or whatever, that they were that they kept the tools of the trade a secret, a trade secret. And so I mean, that's an example of a more kind-hearted way to put the secret societies. But then there's the dark side of the secret societies. Well, I guess it'd be over here on the left. But so there's the dark side of the secret societies, which are concealing things which are very strange. I mean, some of them about supposed ghosts and shit, some of them about star consciousnesses, some of them about some of them about them supposedly talking to demons and all this stuff. I've read a bunch of these books. These people saying all this crazy shit, and the only way you can make heads or tails of it is that it's all symbolism, and that regardless of what they're saying, that there's surrealism in the stories in which most people don't catch, and that surrealism is how they implement the ideas for the initiate in the hypnotic state, because the mind itself cannot see the surrealism. So when you're watching The Wizard of Oz or whatever the fuck you want to watch, that you'll see a story, but there's another story beyond it that you do not see, but the mind sees it. And when the mind sees it, the person watching it is initiated into the idea, and that these are all artifacts built by artificers that are working with the constructs of the mind. This is alchemy. This is what you got to understand. Alchemical memes that self-replicate through the mind of the initiated masses. This is a thing. That it is a secret highly guarded by the societies. And that this is how they're indoctrinating the masses. Not everybody is going to be brainwashed by the shit, but I mean, because you know, there was always a real thing where it was like, I'm digging into the secret societies for the last 20 years, and it's like, and I'm thinking half the time about psychology class, and then I find out eventually that they made psychology. That psychology was based off from mystery school teachings about the mind, and that these a lot of these psychologists are descendants. Well, I don't know how many, but I know that one of them was descendant of his grandfather or great grandfather was the Grand Master of the Rosicrucians, and that you can see the psychology that's used. Some of it in the perfected form, it was meant to perfect man, as in create an initiate who was pure of heart, who would never lie, never cheat, never steal. I'm just rolling a cigarette here. Who, damn it, there's like a stem in there. That was the noble pursuit of alchemy. But then when the original alchemy was lost in ancient Egypt, the secret word of the artificer was replaced. So this machine that was made out of words and surrealism, and a machine that was built in the mind, was then compromised. A piece was missing. The machine wasn't running properly. So they decided to use a filler part for the word. The word was the part that was lost from the machine. And that this can only be said in the esoteric language. And so, take all the technology you want, and that regardless of it, there are secret societies and some sort of foreign intelligentsia which are fucking using these hypnosis cults to subvert the Constitution. And that the exposure of these cults and their hypnotism and their chicanery would simply, once everybody's seen everything for what it was, that they would, that people would just leave because nobody would want to be a member. And I'm not just talking about religions or Freemasonry. I'm talking about all the whole shebang, every secret society, every non-secret society. and then it begs the question, if you were to know that all the sports games, such as basketball or whatever, was all rigged and all a show, but yet it entertained you, is it still worth continuing? Or would you be like me when I was a kid and I found out that WWF wrestling was fake? And I was like, what the fuck? These moves won't work on people, you know? Yeah, so these machines built in the mind are what they are doing, and that not everybody picks it up, not everybody understands it, but then people get a hold of these ancient artifacts made of words and that only exist in people's minds, and that they warp them, they've changed them into things which have turned into insanity, and that the goal of the ancient mysteries that weren't on the dark side was to find the ancient word, that the word was the word of God, according to the mysteries and their books, the word of the lost word found in many cultures and many ancient doctrines. The lost word has never been found. That mankind's struggle for perfection, struggle for even to not smoke a million cigarettes. I need to quit. I quit the caffeine today. My head's like, but I'm trudging through, you know. Plus, I drink like a huge cup of chunk of Pedro, like just a massive cup. It's probably like 3 cups. Fucking, whew. I definitely make sure you're near a toilet the next day if you drink that much. but but what was I getting at? So you're talking about ancient wisdom, and then plant medicine turns into me on the shitter. Nah, I'm just fucking. Well, the plant medicine will do that if you drink too much. But so, well, so the ancient wisdom, the word wasn't just the word; it was the secret of death, the secret to conquer it, the secret to conquer the god of the underworld. This is what was interesting about Elvin Boyd Kuhn's story. He said about Odysseus, where I'm pretty sure it was Odysseus. Odysseus went into when he was in the island of the giants, it was a symbol of being in the land of the dead, and that the giants with the cyclops were symbols of it was a symbol of the dark, you know, the devil or whatever, and that Odysseus in the story took a piece of pine and then burnt it and then stabbed the cyclops in the eye, and that the same story is relevant with the story of, well, could be relevant with the story of the giant and the slingshot, and the story where the young brave or warrior goes against a giant and takes him out with a slingshot. I mean, it could be true, or it could be a metaphor of a warrior conquering death, and that there's many scenarios of ancient stories of man conquering death, because man, his greatest fear was death, and that the the people made these stories because they believed that the journey of the soul, and that they thought that the doorkeeper was a particular person or symbol or whatever, and that it's very strange. I mean, because if you take in the shamanism aspect of, say, drinking ayahuasca or something, which I did like 12 years ago, and you see these worlds, and it's like palaces or something, like giant cathedrals or something, like, and it there's no words you can really put to it. I mean, like because like take the story of what's his name? Just grabbing some roaches to roll up a joint. Take the story of Ponce de Leon, and that he went to the jungles, and that he met with the chiefs, and that he most likely drank the ayahuasca, and that the city that he's seen of gold was most likely a spiritual city. That the legend of El Dorado, the city of gold. I quit smoking cigarettes. The city of gold was the spirit world, and that Ponce de Leon, or whatever his name was, most likely drank some ayahuasca and seen the spirit world, and then reported it back, thinking it was real. And that this is something that goes on in many ancient cultures, where the initiate is given some sort of hallucinogenic, and that they are then they then go to a secret place, the island of Avalon, the land of the Fae, the and that even possibly Atlantis. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that. I think Atlantis might have been real, but or it could have just been a symbol. But like, regardless, I mean, forget I said the Atlantis part. Regardless, the city, the initiate would be initiated in on the psychedelic state. They would see some sort of land, and they would travel to a far off land, which was not a physical land, and that the many myths of all sorts of cultures about the afterlife, the land of the dead, the wandering spirits, the great spirit cities. I mean, it's all very interesting. It's very bizarre. Nobody knows if it's real or not. And that the quest of man to backtrack on any information leading to the quote unquote spirit of the journey of the soul would definitely be, I would say, relevant. to the alleviating of mankind's need for the search, for some sort of comfort of the afterlife. And that, a lot of these modern understandings of hell and all this stuff, it's all modern inventions. And that the most likely thing is that the people, because one of the traditions of many cultures was to, well, I mean, I'm not saying I'm against owning property or something, but like the what was to be a non-materialistic, because the material realm couldn't be taken with you, and that the lost souls, so to speak, those who are, struggling to find a McDonald's in the afterlife, or video games or whatever, any of the earthly delights, quote unquote, would most likely exist in a type of limbo in a way. I mean, it's interesting because the fuck did my later go? The claims of I mean, it's bizarre because it's like they're teaching weird shit in some of the television shows. Not necessarily weird, but like take the Dragon Ball Z show for example. It's like it's a cartoon, and its main protagonist is the monkey sun god from ancient China legend, and the ancient sun god in a spiritual realm. I mean, the whole show, it's like, well, I'm not gonna get into that, but the leveling up of the spirit, or all this shit. It's like being taught directly in the TV show. The person who's watching the show believes that they're given a concept that they can level up or whatever, and that they think that, and I'm not talking about it in like a gymnasium sort of way, but so I mean, this is the same shit that fucking Alice Bailey and shit's teaching with the fucking her talking about the 4 degrees precursor of the religion, which was 4 sun degrees, and then the 5th degree of her religion was the first the first degree of Freemasonry, the Blue Lodge, the Mercury degrees. And so, and then but in that secret society, it prevailed on to the different planets and all this shit. And that there's all this leveling up bullshit. I think I'm just smoke this last joint and then pass out. The it's like say that someone was, say that these Theosophists actually were having some kind of collective conscious that was actually connected to the star Sirius or some shit. That brings it into a very bizarre perspective, because according to the well, I mean, there's all sorts of lore of warnings of false enlightenment and all this stuff, and well, I mean, this actually, I don't know how many cultures has that. I know that it's definitely one of the MOs of Christianity. It's warning of all these false doctrines and all this shit. And so, say you were to look at Christianity, for example, and you were to drop everything about it, and you were to only look at their warnings of false enlightenment and false doctrines, and it would build a picture of them naming a secret society or a secret religion which they were against, which practiced false enlightenment, which they named the the worshippers of the dog star Sirius. And so the claim of the ancient mysteries of the dark side and their their liturgy going back to ancient times, to the ancient symbols of biblical stuff of the ancient world, to the star Sirius, through the symbolic fruit and all this stuff, because that's in all their words. That's what they believe. It doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what they believe. It doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what they believe. Because they're the ones holding the cards. They're the ones pulling the strings. They're the ones doing everything. So until everyone can decode all this shit that they're doing with hypnosis and subtle hypnotic suggestion and culture creation and just flat out lies, and until mankind can see through the delusions of superstition, and which is heavily used as camouflage by the secret societies and their secret doctrines. They love it when somebody assumes the worst with superstition, and that so the perpetual I mean, the name of the game is basically that I would say that the founding fathers, they seen all the legal mumbo jumbo that was already created by these old aristocracies. They knew that they couldn't hold off the British forever, or who knows, but so that they drafted a document which they believed that it was a document which is very unique because it didn't consist of bloodlines and it didn't consist of monarchies, and that it was a document which created a representative form of government in which each person was a gear in a construct, just as I explained earlier with the alchemical artifacts of the mind, and that the document was drafted because they believed that they could protect us, and that they wanted to protect us. They wanted people to be free. They wanted to protect, and that vast numbers of secret societies went to great lengths to claim that they were part of all sorts of stuff. But the fact is that the Illuminists heavily flooded New York late 1700s, and that even when the country was started, it was already people that were trying to subvert it, who were against America and freedom, and that. This is why I brought up the that book, The Free Black Person in Maryland, written. It says the Spanish word for black, not black person, but the book states it was written in the 1700s, and it was about 70% of the population of Maryland, which was black, was free. And so imagine you're a monarch and you're sitting in Europe and you've got all these slaves, and that imagine that you hear news from America that there's free people, and that it strikes heart, and strikes fear in the heart of these emperors and nobles and dukes, and that it's like people that John Adams wrote against the oaths and all this stuff. He wrote against Freemasonry. Washington said he hadn't been in the lodge but twice in 30 years. There's all sorts of scenarios where many of the founding fathers were that they had shed off the skin of Freemasonry or whatever religion or occult order or anything, because once they had tasted real freedom, that they were empowered by it, and that the people that joined them were I mean, they were. It was something that England couldn't handle, and that England knew that it could not control any of those people except through deception, the art of illusion, and that through incredible amounts of lawyers and legislature, legalese, fucking bullshit, that they have undone everything that the founding fathers had created and drafted in the Constitution. And so, and that's why I would say we're slaves. We gotta follow all the rules. We gotta fucking, you know, but like, it's just sad because it's like America was free, and that people, it may not have been everybody, but everywhere else in the world there wasn't a place in the world where there was that many free people of any type, and that and that it was something that changed mankind even to this day, where people people it's like in Hong Kong, where right before the corona, that there was people in Hong Kong, and they were waving flags demanding freedom. They were waving American flags. Trying to think of what I mean, there's nowhere else in the world where people like people all around the world they think of America and freedom, and they think of and that people are, sorry, I'm having a brain fart over here. People are in modern times, and that they're adhering to doctrines which are against freedom, and against what the founding fathers believed in, and that that these younger generations, they don't understand what is at stake. They're believing the carrot on the stick, the deception of these religions or secret societies or whatever, cultures, doesn't matter. And that I still got the Mayan picture on the screen. It's throwing me off. The oh, but yeah. So you gotta understand, though, it's like the people that created America, that they knew everything was at stake. People who had vast sums of money were like, we want this. It has to be done. And that, you know, damn it, I don't remember the dude's name. There was a dude, his name escapes me, but he was one of the founding fathers, and that he died in jail. His fortune was lost, his farm, his everything. And that it's kind of sad because one of my friend's cousins is probably going to die in jail. But, well, that has nothing to do with history. But so but so and that wasn't the first. There was others that were hunted like foxes, according to the literature. Hunted like foxes. And that the King of England had put out letters of marque and reprisal. And that people just don't understand what the history of our country, and that, you know, it's damn, I swear I got like a frog in my throat. Excuse me. My head is like because I didn't drink caffeine today and fucking all these roach joints are like fucking. I need to go get some weed tomorrow. Get like an ounce from the store or something. The people were, you know, and that even though America was started, it was like the efforts of England and the World British Union didn't cease; it continued, and that the goals of the World British Union were set forth in a book, which was documented by congressional records of Congress, and that it outlined that the World British Union would reform in 2001 September, and it outlined that date almost 100 years in advance, 75 years in advance or something. And that, no, I think it was almost, it was like 90 something, 89 or 91 or something. But so the compartmentalization of the world government, the infrastructure of the financial system, once established, then which I would say that was probably established after World War II. But then what was I getting at? The compartmentalization of how the governments worked, where the constitutional machinery, I mean, I've said this a million times, but it's like the drafters of the UN Charter, they must have known that the Charter would be used, or they must have known before they made it. I think that they've designed it this way. They designed it. They had a bunch of fucking Soviet lawyers and a bunch of fucking J.P. Morgan and Rockefeller lawyers all look at this thing, look at the Constitution, and look at the Supremacy Clause and the Treaty Clause, and that they knew before they signed the fucking UN Charter that they were going to use the Supremacy Clause to enforce the fucking Article 43 of the United Nations Charter, in which they created a loophole to designate the war powers of the United States to the United Nations Security Council through Article 43. And, there's more to it as well, the Participation Act, etc. But I mean, that's not even. That was later in the New World Order. The New World Order was already, the gears were in motion. The stuff being talked about with how the courts were operated, where it's like the debtors, the creditors, who, when it's like when America became bankrupt, to the creditors, that all of a sudden it gave creditors power to control commerce. And so the creditors then began to create systems to force licensing of industry and all sorts of stuff. And that people may say it was for safety and all this stuff, but that it was to subvert the populace from creating any type of industry of their own, and that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And that's why they keep preaching Marxism. That's why they pay large amounts of money to preach Marxism, socialism, communism, democracy, to preach it. Because in those systems, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And the more of the division between the rich and the poor, the closer that they can get to taking over the world. Because that's why it's good to break divisions, break the boundaries of cultural norms of, because there's, I don't know, there's a lot of, well, but so they're all expecting everybody to get poorer, and these systems, the food stamps, I refuse to have food stamps. I haven't had food stamps for like 15 years. And like and it doesn't even matter if I have a decent job or no job. But like, and I don't even care if I don't eat. It's like I'm a breatharian now. No. I got food. Anyways, what was I getting at? They want people to use the systems that they create to create more division of the poor and the rich. So they want people to take the free insurance. They want people to because then once the person is invested, they think that the tax dollars are going to this, even though maybe only 5 cents per dollar is going to that, and the rest is just going right out of the country. Then they've got everybody. They've got the masses by the balls. They've got the masses ready to have their heart invested in the socialism. And then the heroes of socialism are born through these people that claim they're going to give everybody reparations or this or that, or you're going to get all these checks or blah, blah, blah. Oh, we want that. We want to vote ourselves everything and collapse the system. That's what the fucking doctrine of the Illuminati is about. That's what Trotsky was preaching. That's what all those fucking communists are preaching. And this goes against the original foundation of constitutional American government because, I mean, technically, from the start they got it wrong a little bit, but the tribes would always have a council, and that the person who is representing a tribe would never represent their own tribe. They would always represent another tribe, so that if there was a democratic republic, is if you were to term it in the French, I guess, démocratique republic. But so then it would secure the financial interest of the person who's the representative of the tribe, because like say I'm part Blackfoot. So say I was a representative of the Blackfoot tribe, and then I was a member of the council. But then I would have to be. I couldn't represent my own tribe because then I would vote my own tribe all the good shit, and so then I would represent a different tribe. And so you see this in certain old movies and shit where it's like two rulers will meet two different royal families, and they will trade off a person. They'll trade off one person so that that person then represents their tribe. They secure the interests of the group, and that the there's a lot of stuff like that going on, and that it's damn it, I wish I could drink a soda, but I'm not doing it. I've already smoked like 5 cigarettes. Can't smoke cigarettes and drink soda. No. Anyways, but so the whole Illuminati stuff, it's like they didn't want people to have individual rights. They wanted people to all be serfs. They wanted the same system as the monarchs, but the whole world. They wanted it all. I mean, that's me quoting Anthony J. Hilder. They want the whole world. They want it all. And it's true. Because somebody that has so much money, when you've got so much money, you can buy anything. Once you've bought anything, what's left? What's left after you buy everything? After you've done everything? You want a city. You want a state. You want a whole country. What's next? The world. The world. You want the world. The whole control of everything. Consider the ego trip of mankind and the control freak demon that lives in all of us. Don't touch my thermostat. No. That's a dumb joke. The richest people on the planet with the most money, they don't just want money. They don't just want people to follow them. They want to control everything. They're playing The Sims, but they're playing it with the world. And that once somebody has a taste of power, they want more and more and more and more power. And that that's why the constitutional republic was unique, because the power of government was inherent in the people. And the people were the fucking posterity of the founding fathers. And in any time in law, when it says the people, it means all the people. And well, this isn't law, but all the people. It's not talking about race or anything. All the people who were born in America are the posterity of the founding fathers, which is very honorable. I mean, people all over the world wish all their life they could be born in America. I mean, think about that. Because, it's like, even if you were born in the shittiest house in America, even if, your dad was an asshole and punched you in the face a bunch, even if, that fucking, the worst, imagine growing up in fucking Somalia or some shit, and fucking, you're eating like fucking fish, or I don't know what the fuck they eat there. Well, I mean, the cattle herders have it good, but I don't know if they're in Somalia. But just imagine you're stuck in some shithole, and that fucking you're born, you're raised up in it. You ain't ever had no pair of shoes, and that fucking and that you've eaten. Your only meal is maybe like a half cup of rice or something a day or something, with like a plantain or something. There's people in other countries that are living off 10 cents a day, and that fucking nowhere in the world but America could a homeless person stand on the street and make $500 a day, or and then that's not all. Usually, most of the homeless people probably don't make shit from their panhandling, which I always give them money. It's even though I don't even have money, it's like, oh, there's all my drink money. I'm not drinking tonight, but I don't like to drink anyways. It's a good excuse to not drink. Not that I would go out of my way to buy alcohol, but if I get dragged to some concert or something, it's the but so I mean, America right now though is in such a, I mean, it's in a pure socialist state. I mean, it's like if we were to stop the socialism immediately, legally and all this stuff, and that financially speaking, that that all the money that went to the UN for all these other countries, that the UN should be held in world court liable for fraud. And that, I mean, they created this UN world court. I say we fucking sue them. I mean, what if America had a pro se litigate class action lawsuit against the United Nations for fraud, and what if America could somehow win back the money, because the New World Order already created a world court. They want to be deceptors and con artists and tricksters and the art of deception and all this the art of illusion. You know, it's like we're people, and they don't have anything different than what we got. And that fucking, it doesn't matter how many degrees or whatever, how many whatever fucking flattery, title, nobility bullshit. It doesn't matter because we got the same brain as every motherfucker on the planet. Everybody's got the same fucking brain. And fucking, well, I don't actually believe in brains, but because I believe that we're some kind of ghost and the brain's just an antenna. But we've all got the same fucking mental capacity. Well, no offense to people that don't actually have mental capacity. Anyways, damn it, I'm not supposed to laugh. That, but you know, the New World Order creates a giant game, and it's like they created all these laws and shit. And technically, I'm sure I could dig up some kind of international law that we could sue them over. I mean, what I was getting at though, so reobtaining nationwide financial stability through the suing of the New World Order, basically suing them for fraud and for, well, that's a big story because it's like also the people that made the deal with the national debt, they did it in an unconstitutional way. They weren't legally representing. That's a whole spiel of stuff that Cooper goes into, and that they entered us into a debt. I mean, think about it. It's fucked up because it's like you were born in America. It's supposed to be the land of the free, but you're born with a debt attached to you. And Cooper talks about this where he says generations ago that they sold us downriver. I mean, he doesn't say that phrase. I don't know where that phrase comes from, but that the people were sold out multiple times. The 50s and the 80s, fucking under Reagan, they were sold out. And that they weren't sold out at the immediate time. They had flooded the currency numbers and overinflated the currency, which then created temporary uh, what is that temporary prosperity, and that the yeah, it'd be funny if somebody anyways, it'd be funny if somebody actually who played Magic cards heard all the Magic card names I'm always saying. Not that that's a card, but I was just thinking of that. Anyways, the inflation creates temporary prosperity, but then it when the prosperity ceases, the trickle down effect, not of Reagan's per se, my arm rest thing moved, but a trickle down effect of goods and services gaining price or value, where that the business owner of the small time business realizes that, or even a large corporation realizes that fucking that the inflation is hit on the main scale of what the currency is, and that and then the business owner, car dealership, whatever, they have to adjust the rates of their goods or services to the rate of the inflation. And so then it's a fine balance between any business owner adjusting for the rates of inflation, losing or gaining, because if you over adjust, you're ripping the people off on their cars or their labor on construction or plumbing or something. But like if you under adjust, the restaurant or whatever business you own fails. And so the big fucking money people that are fucking out there, literally running the world, that they are using substantial amounts of money for things which are deemed questionably constitutional and should technically have papers filed that cease and desist, nullification, the whole network of socialism should be completely nullified, and that all amounts of money that anybody paid into Social Security or anything should be paid back with an adjustment to what the value you paid in at the time was worth, in comparison to the ratio of, and so, I mean, it would be endless calculations, but and that then the the gold silver standard flat out across the country, gold, like gold in $500 pieces, silver $5. I mean, the prices would all have to be adjusted once gold and silver came into play for the country's currency again. Theoretically, that the whole, it would all stabilize. So compared to the creditor system, which isn't stabilized because the rate of inflation creates the movement of price of the good or service, that the economy, if put to the gold silver standard, would stabilize, because restaurant owners who bought food and made food and shit wouldn't have to adjust the prices of their food unless they were adjusting the quality of the food. And so thus, after, because all these business models and stuff are all like fucking insane, in that unless they're like selling a product, like all these stupid Shark Tank shows, and they're selling some kind of plastic piece of shit fucking gimmick for 20-fold of what they made, what they got into it. It's like they're playing money games. I mean, I mean, it's all. Damn it! My brain hurts. I should. Nah, I'm not drinking a pop. Where's the water? Oh yeah. So the stabilization of the economy after the gold and silver, then all the good and service industries, all of their prices would always remain the same, and that unless it was being imported or something and it had some kind of adjustment on tariffs or something. But other than that, anything that was like mined or ored or something from American soil or timber or any type of like beef or like food and corn or whatever, wheat, all of it would stabilize. Like everything, it'd be like a trickle down stabilization. I'm doing the but so this is to make some kind of Reagan joke. Yeah, but anyways, but so I mean, that's when the quality of living would increase. I mean, once, and it wouldn't just increase for some people, like, like rich people or something. It would increase for everyone, because everyone then would then be free of some kind of national debt that you're supposedly born with, and that everyone would, when they saved a piece of money, such as silver or gold, and that when they saved it, and when it sat there in their cupboard or wherever the fuck, that it would not devalue, and that their work, the money, the labor that they put into that coin would stay one price, one value. It would never devalue. And so that built upon, it would be a huge prosperity. I mean, that's basically what I'm getting at. I mean, that's why I'm always, I always push, uh, gold and silver, and people using their brains and doing research, and the I mean, it just blows my mind, because I see people on Twitter and all this stuff, Facebook, and they're all like, you can see that they've been radicalized. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, why are they thinking this? Like, what is making them think this? And then you watch the movies and shit. Like, you're like, what the fuck? This movie's all PC, fucking pro-Marxist bullshit, fucking radicalizing the minds of the fucking feeble-minded. It's just fucked up. It's like they're just brainwashing everybody into a bunch of hate, and that's why the fucking Marxists use the rich versus the poor, because that's the biggest thing. Because it doesn't matter what color you are or whatever, what race you are, they can get you to hate someone regardless of anything except for money. And so this rich versus poor thing, this is not a dialect that anyone should prescribe to, because it is a dialect that is designed to confuse, and it's designed to empower, and it's designed to control your feelings, literally. And that these revolutionary cults that are against America and that dominate other countries are, such as Russia, such as France, such as, any of the countries of the world that have a national May 1st May Day parade where people are rioting in the streets. Those countries are controlled by the Illuminati, and that those country people aren't understanding what the Illuminati doctrine. May 1st was for the sun god, and that the Baal on, or Osiris, and that the certain writers of Freemasonry state that May 1st was, or May, Freemason men of May, talking about May as in the month, like May Day, the month. And that even in ancient times, the symbol of the quote unquote goddess, aka Sirius, was scarlet red. And that when various countries such as France, Germany, Russia, China, more modern countries, when they had a rebellion and created an order, they used the red flag of the goddess, and the scarlet, and this ancient, well, I don't know if it's actually ancient. They claim it is, but this thing is, I mean, Robbie Marks knows what I'm talking about, because I'm pretty sure a couple of other people would too as well. But like they're using they're doing something which is the opposite of what I was talking about with the alchemists building machines of the mind to perfect man, to make him be pure of heart, and but the dark side of the occult is well, I mean, I also mentioned the dark side of the occult earlier with the alchemical machines of the mind, quote unquote, that they're using they're using the models of the mind of I mean, it seemed, well, to create a revolutionary state of mind for one, but to also pervert all things. But like, I don't know why I'm holding my hands all the time. I'm sitting in a fucking. It's a wheelchair. It's from when my girlfriend was with her friends and she got hurt or whatever in a car accident. But like, it seems more comfortable than the computer chair. Plus, I can like, but like, it's the most expensive chair in my house. No, I'm just joking. I think the couch is more than that. But anyways, what was I getting at? Yeah. So the counter, the dark side of alchemy per se, is that they're creating models of reality, aka mental machinery of the mind, which makes the person who's believing it makes them enraged. It gives them you know it makes them angry at everything. And so that's what is I mean, that's how they're controlling everybody. I mean, it's all imagine like a fighting style, but not a fighting style, more like a back and forth of emotions, and where they're using it's like these people that are members of some of these secret societies they're masters and adepts of understanding human nature, and that human nature is their god. So that's what people are understanding. I mean, I don't know why the air signs air quotes. the Somebody need to get as cool as that dude that spins the alcohol and puts a bunch of dumb shit in the alcohol. Yeah. I forget what he says. Then he drinks it a week later or something. Anyways, those videos are for some reason entertaining. Watching all that alcohol, it's like, man, how can somebody drink all that alcohol? Like, the how was I gonna yeah, but I mean that's the whole model of what the Illuminati is doing. The real Illuminati, not some kind of the Weishaupt's Illuminatis. They're using people's emotions. They did it in France. Nasta Webster documents that they used the people's emotions, and that the people became revolutionary through the transmutation of the fucking emotions. It's all symbolic alchemy. I'm telling you, it's and the writers. I mean, they write so much shit. It's like, I mean, you can tell too if you find a book and you open it and you start seeing the rhetoric of even just maybe like the chapter names. You can see if they're an adept or not, and sometimes you can see what kind of adept they are, because there's many kinds of adepts that like that you know I mean, is it raining now? I think that's just my air filter. But so these adepts of various forms of see, where was I going with that Illuminati stuff? I mean, that's basically what their Illuminati plan was. It seemed like Christ or Crowley. I was gonna say Chrysler. Crowley. I'm getting tired over here. The Crowley. Time is it? Crowley had rebranded the Illuminati doctrine. Horus the Conquering Child, which was part of Crowley's new eon, was a symbol of mankind being indoctrinated into a alchemical state of mind in which mankind would experience rage. Thus, the word conquering used, and that and also relevant to the ancient Egyptian mythos of Horus the Conqueror. But so conquering the serpent, quote unquote. Well, that's many of the Hercules was born with serpents in his hands, conquered the serpents, the two natures, the symbols. But so it's like ancient rulers of ancient man were not simply ancient rulers due to hereditary or certain stuff like that, but were also they were also conductors of the minds of the people they ruled, that through deception, public opinion was created, and that in modern times polls and all sorts of stuff are used to create public opinion. They claim it's to measure them, but it's to create it. And that because you start digging at any type of polls or any type of like say even for science, you start digging into stuff, and you'll see that the majority of certain scientific results, or even the majority of people's opinions in the country, can be easily manipulated through statistic manipulation, ironically, which is one of Billy Goat Gates' favorite books. But so there's a picture of him with it right when the pandemic started. He's sitting there doing an interview. He's got it right at his table. It's like, oh, wow. But so statistics can be manipulated, and that I could go in on the medical aspect of that, not on YouTube, but I mean, I can say one thing, that in the Wallene James books, she claimed that there was legitimate, I don't remember what the quote was or what the there was sources in the book, but anyways, I haven't actually read it, but I've heard there's like a 2-hour Cooper episode where he's got somebody reading that book. So the book it states that before the I can't remember if it was the polio or if it was I can't remember. I think it was the polio one, but before or after, it might have been. Oh goddamn! It might have been that other disease. One of those diseases. I can't remember which one it was. Before the disease, before the vaccine came out, I'm talking like 1920 or something here. I'm pretty sure it was the date. And anyways, that before the thing came out, that the doctors could only diagnose a patient if they had 12 hours of symptoms. But then after the V word came out, the doctor could only diagnose the patient with the illness after 36 hours of symptoms. And so whoever was having that illness was terminal before 36 hours. So that to sway the statistics, the person couldn't the person, they made it so that the people who were going to the doctors weren't being diagnosed with the specific illness because the symptoms had not occurred for 36 hours yet, or and so when they tripled the amount of time which was a predisposition to having the illness for an on paper diagnosis, that statistically speaking, they made it so the on paper diagnosis of the specific illness was less. And so on paper, after the thing came out, the statistics were swayed to be less. Damn it, I think that's my cue to end the podcast. My throat's so dry. I need to quit cigarettes too. I got one bag of tobacco left. But so, yeah. So the statistics, public opinion, people's, the emotions of the masses, all like just watch one of those old Disney cartoons. The guy's got the symphony, the orchestra going on, and just think of all the people that are manipulated by public opinion and their emotions and all these different news things that are just inflated beyond belief. That, 'cause, I mean, and it doesn't matter what subject it is, it's always inflated. The news always wants to show you all the worst news they could possibly show you, to induce in your mind a state of post-traumatic stress. And so then when the news is saying this, repeating the same shit over and over, and then they tell you something, and then you're having this post-traumatic stress state of mind because you've just seen something on the news that was horrible, like 5 times, 5 different subjects that were horrible. And then the 6th subject comes along, and it's some sort of imprinting of some sort of dialogue or rhetoric that fulfills the wishes of the socialist engineers that run the show. Then all of a sudden it's imprinted into you while you're in this post-traumatic state of mind. The same thing goes for certain horror movies or certain thrillers, or I mean, just imagine that. Say you were to do like a history on the history of movies that were thrillers or suspense, and the analysis of the public opinions about the movies, for example, such as Rosemary's Baby, where people were going in, The Exorcist, where people were going in the theater and leaving and puking because they were so paralyzed with fear on the movie, and the because that they learn things through the public reaction, and the same thing goes on a microcosm with somebody. Say you were some kind of you were in like a wrestling match or something, and that you could tell by the reaction of the person how they're going to react if you were to, if, or say it was like a bar or somebody was trying to fight you or something, you're like, whoa. I mean, you definitely would you definitely want to just run, because bar people can mess up and you don't want to get clobbered. But what am I getting at here? So like imagine like in the movie Jurassic Park, the velociraptors are going around testing the fences, and that they're testing a reaction on the fence, metaphorically, and that so all these psychological movies and stuff, all these psychological triggers and stuff, they're testing the reaction of the public, and that even as far as to say that possibly, certain, I mean, I speculate that certain bands are literally the government or something, like not like the government, but like some kind of psyop, or maybe not themselves, but their agenda per se, that it's possibly, well, I would say it's hand selected to simply fit the category, and I mean, it all, what was I getting at? All right, I'm going to sleep. All right, peace out. Probably not going to podcast tomorrow. All right, peace. Where's the button?